Okay, let's see. Should have done all this before. I didn't actually check any of this. Okay, that's a good level. And that's a good level too. Okay. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Okay, hello, welcome. Thank you guys for coming. Assuming there are people here, I can't actually see. Oh, 2 people, okay. How's it going? Welcome, chatters. Sorry, I'm just getting the last couple things here ready. I think that's everything. How are the volume levels? Hey, Iron, how's it going? Thank you for coming in. Uh, oh, okay, good. Cheers. Thank you. Thanks for confirming that for me. Um, okay, I pulled out the chat box for some reason and now I can't get it back. Okay, that's fine. All right, so today, what are we doing? We are going to be continuing from the last stream that I did. So, last time, we just started by listening to a lot of the, I guess, my very first compositions back from, I want to say, like 2012. Yeah, I don't have any of the stuff from before that, and honestly, I don't know that you would want to hear any of it anyway. But yeah, so around 2012 was when I first started writing music because of one of my classes at school. We had a music composition, not program, but some courses we could take in high school. And then from there, I didn't think I was going to do anything with composition, and after that, I guess I went into school for business, didn't like it, so I transferred into the music department in my second year. And I mean, the rest is history. Went to music school, uh, and now, I mean, I guess there's a lot more to it because now I'm in Japan, but that's a different tangent that I can talk about at another time, or maybe we'll get into it later, depending on how, I guess how relevant it is to this topic. So anyway, last time we got about 3.5 years into my music, so it got up to about, I want to say, like 2015-ish, where I was starting to do a bunch of visual novel projects. So the first one, yeah, we played music from the first one last time, the weird one that I was working on with one of the chatters who was here before. Uh, and it was how should how should we say it? It was something. Okay, I've got that popped back in, and that's popped back in. Okay. Um, yeah, so it was kind of it was pretty bad music. Those files are from 2013, 2014-ish. But from there that spawned a bunch of different things. So before I get to the music that I did with that other chatter, Iron for you, that's Drury. We were working on I mean, I guess we were working on the project that you were part of as well. But concurrently with that, I was also working on this other one called Barakana. I think last stream I played the title screen. So let's just pull that up. So, oh, that's the cast, which is not what I want. So I just wanted to, I think I want to start off with the music from that because it's a little bit different from how, I mean, stylistically quite different from how I was writing the music for the other project. But yeah, no, this one I was working on at the same time. It's a lot more slice of lifey than I guess the one that I was doing was. But yeah, anyway, let's just play it. I've got the player pulled up just down on my right here, or my left, I guess. My left here. And so I'll just play the title theme again, talk about it a little more, because I don't think I spent too long on it last time. And yeah, so let's go with that. Oh, you didn't know about this? Um, yeah, it was sad. It never went beyond the development stages. I mean, I guess we got a little farther with Cosmos, but yeah, this one just never got beyond, I think, a very, very basic demo. It didn't even have the sprites in it, I want to say. Let's go. Oh, it's George. Hey, George. Either that or it escaped my brain sometime over the past few years. I mean, it has been a long time. I think when did I announce we were ending Cosmos 2019-ish? Yeah, 2019. And I mean, for context, Drew and I started Cosmos back in 2014, I want to say. So, just for reference, it took us 5 years to get where we got to. Let's bring the volume down a little bit. Okay, so that was the title screen for Barakana. Um, so I actually really liked the concept for this game a lot. So, um, basically, at the time I had joined a bunch of visual novel creator forums just to try and get some of my music into projects and things like that. Mostly working for free at the time. Um, and yeah, this was one that I just kind of joined uh on a whim because they weren't even recruiting when I asked to see if I could have my music put into it or like do some music for it, I should say. And it was a cool project because what the guy wanted to do, the director, he had wanted to shoot what like the main goal was like he obviously wanted to make a visual novel sort of standard for the time where you had your main character and then you had a bunch of girls that you could potentially go after. So this is them mostly off to the right. I'll go over them again in a bit. But yeah, so what this game was about was your main character had just been dumped or something, and so you as the main character would travel to Japan with your weeb friend who is right there in the middle. You can easily tell which one he is. Uh, and then from there, guess like enroll in a language school. And so the idea was because this director was pretty fluent in Japanese. I never actually like heard him speak it or anything, but he basically could speak Japanese fluently. So he was like, "Yeah, I want you to use this game to help teach beginner Japanese to people, I guess." And so the idea was that there'd be like mini games and tests where it's like you do different levels of Japanese, and depending on the level that you could speak, or not speak, but understand within the game, you would then end up on these different heroines' routes. Um, and obviously, because your character is in Japan, the more Japanese you know, uh, the less, I guess, the more Japanese you know, the more like Japanese characters you could be with or get onto their route. Yeah, no, it's like hard to explain, but yeah, oh, that's a fun concept. Pretty large cast too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'll just go over the cast quick. So from here we've got the teacher, or one of the teachers. He's the foreign teacher. I don't remember his name. I don't think we have any art things of just him, but he was in the demo pictures here on, yeah, he's there on the far right. Does he have a name? He doesn't seem to, unless this, no, that's a different guy. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, this guy on the right or the left, he's one of the main teachers, the foreign teacher in Japan. The guy next to him is like a French exchange student who was obsessed with samurai or something. And so he was supposed to be one of many comic relief characters, who was just supposed to be like one of your friends at school. This girl here is Brooke. So she's like the sort of strict, from you can tell from her design too, the sort of strict one, uh follows all the rules and does like as she's supposed to, and all those kinds of things. And she Oh, these are a little more detailed, but these aren't the final designs. But yeah. So she was the secret weeb, I'm pretty sure. I'm not exactly sure if that's right, but it has been a long time since I went over this. So she was like the secret weeb amongst like this crew of characters. And then next to her, you've got Chuck, who is like your best friend character, who convinces you to go to Japan with him after the breakup. Oh, here's the French guy. Yeah, the samurai. Oh, sorry, it was Ninja. He was obsessed with Ninja. Let's see. Chuck. Oh, Winter Girls plus Chuck. Yeah, so Chuck's got some stuff at the bottom there. Uh See, I can't remember enough of the details, but you can see he goes through some sort of transformation from the left to the right there. And then who else have we got back in the cast? Chuck. This middle girl is Setsuko. So she was, I think she was supposed to be the hardest character, other than the secret heroine, to end up on her route because she was just like a convenience store worker, and so she wasn't really she wasn't even affiliated with the school that your character attends, and so she doesn't speak English. I mean, I think when you get onto her route, there was the option of just switching the language to English, but to get onto it, you had to pass a certain number of tests because, in theory, even though all of the script would be in English, uh, the idea is that whenever you're talking with this character, it's always in Japanese because she doesn't speak English. But yeah, she was one of my favorites. She was kind of like the kudere character, I guess. And then you had the Japanese teacher, Ogawa, who I don't think there was anything about her. She was just a regular, nice teacher. Not much to say about that. And then you had Mia, Filipina exchange student. I don't remember much about her character, to be honest. The secret heroine, Minha, Korean exchange student. Uh, I can't remember exactly what about her was supposed to be so difficult to get onto her route, but she was supposed to be like a secret character. So there was that. Who else did we have? Just quickly going through the rest. Takami, who was the director's favorite. Who's this? Anzu. I have no idea who this character is. Um, Takami. Yeah, she was the director's favorite character. Half Japanese girl. Um, I don't think she was studying. I think she lived in Japan or something, and then she was supposed to help you with all of your studies and stuff. And then the last girl, Erika, who is kind of like the resident tsundere. And yeah, so just kind of like not a very innovative cast of characters, but like, one that worked for what we were trying to accomplish, I guess. And yeah, no, it was just kind of a cool concept. And the theme that was just playing, the idea for the music was that each character would have one or two instruments to represent them. And so in their character themes, they'd all have like an instrument that was very prominent. And then so I figured, well, for the title theme, why don't we just use all of those instruments? Because that would be cool. I don't remember what associates with who at this point, but it was a very weird mix of instruments. We had like koto, saxophone, piano, obviously. Uh, yeah, just a lot of like a really interesting mix. It was actually really fun to make just because it was such an unusual mix of instruments. But yeah, really cute art sketches, super fun. Yeah, I am still in contact with the director. I haven't talked to him in a few years, but every once in a while, we'll kind of just like randomly message each other. Because we reconnected, I think, on Facebook, like uh, right before I came to Japan. So yeah, but none of the rest of the people that were involved with that project I kind of knew on any deeper level. So it was really just me and the director who were chatting. But yeah, no, that was a fun time. Anyway, so let's continue. So that was the title theme. And this next one is called Nichijo, spelled eclectically. And it's just like one of the regular sort of background uh, daytime themes that would play while you're just walking around town or whatever. Yeah, eclectically. Sounded like a track I would hear in laid back camp. Yeah, yeah. I think if it were mixed a bit better, and then maybe had a few more like campy, as in like campsite style instruments like guitars or something, I think yeah, it could work in something like Yudu Camp style. Okay, yeah. None of these have like really like any real endings because since the project never finished, I didn't make soundtrack versions, so a lot of them are just gonna like end really suddenly because they'll just loop back to the beginning or something. Uh, but yeah, no, I guess I had never really thought about it that way, that this sounds sort of Yudu Camp-ish. But yeah, no, the idea behind it was just like, or the music for this whole thing was just to be sort of slice of lifey school type of themed. Like all these characters are technically adults. They're all at least 18 because they're all graduated from high school. But yeah, no, it was definitely this music was definitely a lot more slice of lifey than the music I was writing for the other project, which was my project with Iron and Last Chatters Drew and like a bunch of other people. I don't know if any of them are gonna pop in because Drew, it's the middle of the night, and Jen probably doesn't check Discord, or if she does, she's gonna see it in about a week. But yeah. Um, so yeah, I don't know what else to say. Just I had a lot of fun with that one. I think the ending originally was quite a bit different from how it ends with just the piano doing a little arpeggio rundown. But yeah, it still sounds good, I think. There was another version of it, but I won't bother playing because it's that same accordion melody just played on a bassoon instead, because we wanted something that sounded a little bit more mellow, I guess, if that played at like an evening or a nighttime scene. How long does it typically take for you to work on pieces like these? It really depends. I haven't actually written like visual novel style music in I mean that's not true. I haven't written like slice of life style music in quite a while. Slice of life I feel like doesn't necessarily take very long because it can be pretty simple, pretty easygoing. It just has to be easy listening, so you don't want to make it overly complex. Um, so for something like this, uh, it could take anywhere from a few hours to I want to say like max a week, but it usually wouldn't take that long. On average, I'd say it's like 1 to 3 days of work in like a few hour sessions. But yeah, this was again also before I knew like anything about mixing. I mean, I still don't really know a ton about mixing. I really need to get better at that. But yeah, no, this one, I think a lot of the music in this one turned out nice because it was just easygoing and I had a really good rapport with the director, so we kind of knew what we were going for, and he was very open about like if I made something and it wasn't fitting the mood that he wanted, he was very clear about saying, "Oh, this isn't really the idea or the style I was hoping it'd go in. Let's try and aim for something more like this." And uh yeah, he was never like a dick about it either, so that was probably the best part. But anyway, so that was Nichijou, spelled eclectically. And next we have just like a classroom theme. So just whenever the kids are in the class, I think I might have actually, because the project fell through, I might have ended up using this in a different project, but let's see. Oh, yeah, yeah. So, Iron, you might recognize this. Oh, that was not what... Oh, that's just because it's the intro. Sorry. Sorry. This was before I made, like, I used to make intros that were just the intro file and then go straight into the loop. So that was not how that was supposed to go. Let's just, put the, whoops. That's awkward. So let's just play it from the loop. Hearing the live stream. Oh, I guess last time you were just at the desktop. Oh, that jazz piano bit is fun. Yeah, I just really wish this was mixed better. There's no reverb in this except on the strings and the marimba. Oh god, I wasn't prepared for that. Okay, yeah, so... Sorry, I was trying to set something up for the next part of this stream, but... Yeah, I guess there's not a lot to say about that. It's pretty standard, just sort of background music. Oh, guess you'll just have to verb it again. I mean, I have thought about going back into all... Whoa, I don't know what happened there. That was not supposed to happen. Let's get this one queued up again. My bad. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, so... yeah, no, I have thought about going back and like remixing, remastering a lot of these old tracks that at the very least sound like real music and not like the really early stuff that I was playing in the last stream. But yeah, no, I mean like I've thought about doing a big sort of album of unpublished music for projects that just fell through. I would love to hear that. Well, did you miss my reverb pun? Guess you'll just have to verb it again. Oh, that have to verb it again. I I I am definitely still missing the pun that's going with it. I'm sorry, I am maybe too dumb for your jokes, Iron. But yeah, no, I mean, I think it could be fun. Also, my thing keeps saying that I'm peaking, but how is the audio? Am I too loud, or should I turn my mic down a bit? Reverb, verb again. Ah, okay. I understand, but I was too dumb. Okay, it's saying my level is okay right now. Um, well, me and my stupid puns. Oh, don't be. Okay, now you're fine. Okay, good. Yeah, don't be ashamed of puns, Iron. I used to make them all the time. I mean, I still do make them all the time, but uh, I mean, I don't know if you remember from all of our Discord chats how much I would just like say dumb shit with Drew all the time. But yeah, anyway, so let's move on. We can talk over this next one because it is called Generic Peaceful Track. And hopefully this one will not be super gross as it ends. But yeah, I think it's just guitars, and I genuinely remember hating this one when I made it. And then the director was like, "No, this is great because this is exactly what we want. We want generic music." I was like, all right, I hate it, but let's go with this then. Also, it is really hard to kind of play guitars into, I guess, into like Logic or like in on a piano because you can't really capture the right sound of the strings. Like even now, I have a bunch of plugins that I use to emulate emulate guitar sounds a little bit better, like strumming and things, but this was before I knew how to do that. And even then, it doesn't sound like super realistic. Ooh, I'm getting Emmy from Katawa Shoujo vibes from this track. Ooh, I have not thought about that soundtrack or game in such a long time. I would need to re-listen to the theme because I don't remember how it sounds. Digga digga digga. Okay, so as you can hear, very, very basic, not a lot going on, not really anything to mention, and I guess from the perspective of just like someone playing the game and wanting to just read the story and do whatever, some unobstructive music like this is ideal, but it's also so boring, and I know that I can write a lot more interesting music that is also unobstructive, but yeah, this was my idea of it back then, and as much as I hated it, again, the director loved it, so I had no room to complain other than that I wish I could have written something more interesting, but this was exactly the vibe that he wanted. Um, so let's move on. Most of these are just basic background tracks as well. There's not, I mean, like as we go down, there'll be a little more like themes, but they never got past drafts just because I guess we never got to the stage where they would be implemented in the game, so I didn't actually complete them as much as I would have liked to. Sometimes all you need is something basic. Yeah, exactly. Which is not the rule that I gave myself for Cosmos because I was like, I am the director on Cosmos. I will write whatever I feel like, and it will all go in somehow. But yeah. So anyway, this next one is just like it was supposed to be, I guess, the theme. Ooh, okay, it's 218, so it should be the full the full thing this time. But yeah, this next one, it's just like when the season changes to fall, and then your characters are just outdoors, as the title suggests. The new part was just because I had an older version of it, which is well, we'll get to that because the title is ridiculous, but yeah, so we'll get to that one, but yeah, the new doesn't mean anything. It's just like the updated version of the track that I was making. I know that somewhere in here there's like one weird bar that isn't in 3/4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh, it was there. Ah, I forgot when it came in. Oh, it's mixed so badly. Oh, it's still in 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay. So that was so this was I definitely wrote that one at a time when I was really trying to experiment a lot with mixed meters. So that one, as you could see, I was trying to conduct, or like, I guess, conduct along with it, because I knew there was at least one bar where things would change in the pattern, but apparently it was more than one. It was multiple bars of just four getting mixed in there. So most of it was like 2, 2, and 3, and 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3, and 1, 2, 3. But then right in the middle sections, there'd be like a 1, 2, 3. I don't even remember how the pattern goes, but so that was kind of fun, and I liked throwing those kinds of things in because I guess for people who don't know a lot about music, they just wouldn't even notice that something was off, I guess, because it's not like a lot of people would be counting along with it the same way that I might necessarily. Um, but yeah, and like this was kind of apparent because like in the title screen or the title theme as well, that one is 1 and a 2, 3, 1 and a 2 and 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3, 1. Oh no, I already messed up the pattern in my head. But it's a lot of mixing of 3 and 4, and I really loved doing that before. Um, I think I still do like the idea of doing those kinds of things with the mixed metering, but I also just it's really dependent on the idea that I have in my head because sometimes I just don't think in, I guess, terms of seven. But yeah, it's kind of a cool effect, and then it's also kind of unobstructive in a way that your average listener is not going to notice something like changing when you're switching from 3 to 4, and yeah, just something that I like to throw into my soundtracks when I can, because you can get some cool effects out of it. So anyway, that was the fall outdoor track. The next one is irashaimase, which is the word that a lot of Japanese places will say when you walk into them. It just means welcome, basically. And yeah. This one was like the theme of the what's it called? The kombini, I guess, where this again the middle girl Setsuko was working, and then we have art of the manager there, but I don't remember how important he was. I don't think he was that important to the game, but yeah. So he was just like the manager at this convenience store. So this is the theme for it. The slow version. There's a fast version that just sounds kind of ridiculous, and I don't really want to play it because it's the same thing, just kind of sped up. So we'll just play the regular version of it. Ska. You write music for games? Yes, I do. I have been since 2013, 2014, I guess. I feel like I've used this in multiple outros to my YouTube videos. Lol, this has major hanging out in the Konbini vibes. That's the idea, so I'm glad it accomplished that. Awesome, where can I find your work? If you search my username on like Spotify and YouTube Music and Apple Music and places, you can find 2 albums. They're my most recent ones. Just because a lot of this old stuff didn't get. A lot of this old stuff was written for projects that ultimately just didn't end up, I guess, making it. So I never published the soundtracks anywhere. But I'm thinking about doing it at some point in the future. Okay, so if not for like a lot of the peaking in that one, because I guess I was not paying attention to how the instruments were sounding at their loudest levels, uh, that one I think is actually still it still holds up pretty well. Again, mixing is pretty bad in it. I would need to go back and like fix up a lot of the mix if I wanted to publish that one properly. But I think a lot of that still sounds pretty fun. It's pretty good as like again background music, and it as Iron pointed out in chat, it does seem to fit the vibe of I guess the kombini, chilling in a kombini. Uh I'll be honest, I can't really say that I've hung out in a kombini before, but it was supposed to give off those vibes, so yeah. Um so now we're getting into more like game specific themes here. So uh yeah. Um sorry, let me just okay. So yeah. So this next one is study, study, study. So again, like I mentioned earlier, this game was about sort of trying to help teach people Japanese at the same time as just like playing the game. And there was also the option to turn off the Japanese function so that you could just play it without worrying about that. Um, Again, the game never got finished, so saying all of this is kind of pointless, but you know, it's kind of whatever. But yeah, this was supposed to be one of the themes. I guess this wasn't the test theme because you can see, as you can see, I guess right beneath it is test theme. So this was supposed to be a theme that went with uh just like during study sessions with I guess one of the main girls. Usually I think it was supposed to be with Erika because she was kind of neurotic and trying to make sure that you did all your homework on time and stuff. How did you get started pursuing this as a career? Super interesting. Um, I mean, it's not a super interesting story, unfortunately, but when I was in high school, back in 20, so I guess the first time I took a music composition course was in high school, 2010, so I was in grade 10. That would have made me 15, yeah, 15, 14, 15 at the time. Uh, and that was just kind of, I just needed a course to fill up my schedule. And then I took it again in my last year of high school, a little more deliberately than I did the first time around. But I didn't, again, at that time, I didn't really think I was going to do anything with music. I just thought it was kind of fun and I just needed some like fluff courses to pad out my schedule. And then I started getting a lot interested in a lot of like game composers, so like Kingdom Hearts, Shimomura Yoko. Uh, I don't think I got into Uematsu until like a couple years later. Actually, it's weird. Like I guess I didn't play a lot of Final Fantasy in high school, and even when I did play it, I didn't think about the music as deeply as I would nowadays. So I think back in the day, I was thinking about it was mostly Shimomura Yoko, who's like Kingdom Hearts again, and Ishimoto Takeharu, who had done like Final Fantasy Type Zero and The World Ends with You. Just like amazing range on his body of work. But yeah, and then I went to uni for business. Didn't like business, switched into music because I thought it'd be fun to try out as a career, which is a very simple way of putting it. I was actually really afraid to switch because my parents, I wasn't sure how they were going to take it, but they were fine with it. And so here I am now in Japan trying to get a job in the industry. It has not been going super well, but I also have a day job right now, so it doesn't give me a lot of time to work on other things. So, anyway, let's keep going with this. The next track is, again, the studying theme that your character would do anytime there was a study session. So, let's play it. Ooh, just terrible mixing. These drums are way too loud. That's not a good key. Oh, yeah, these snares definitely needed to come down. And now these basses are really loud too. And they're all panned too hard for orchestra. I feel like I'm gonna get in trouble if I answer a question wrong. Pretty intense. Yeah, I mean, the idea was that this would play anytime you're in a study session with, like, the tsundere character. And so she would be getting mad at you during it, unless you did things right. very weak ending with that on the bases, but yeah. Ooh, gotcha. So not necessarily getting in trouble, but getting sooned. Yeah, exactly. So like again, let's see, let's pull up that character again. Erika, Erika. Actually, was there art of just Erika? I don't know. Doodles, Erika. Oh, of course, and they picked like a terrible color for it, but um, yeah. So Erika, she's like the little tsundere character here, and yeah, she was supposed to be kind of like the one who is most invested in your studies. Um, I don't really know why. I can't remember the reasoning behind it, but yeah, she was kind of like neurotic almost about it, which is what the theme was supposed to be. There's also for a lot of the for I mean, I say a lot, there were only two that ended up going through, but yeah, for these study and like test related themes, the idea of a ticking like a ticking clock, like a time limit was supposed to be pretty prominent, and that was something like the director didn't ask me to do. I just kind of thought, oh well, like you're supposed to be under pressure, time crunch, so let's just add in some elements of um time. So like this one, it has like a really clear pulse. It doesn't change. It's like and you can always tell where the beat is gonna land and it doesn't really stray from that. The next one is a lot more obvious because I added in a wood block that just kind of sounds like I don't know, like a secondhand ticking or something. So yeah, so this study one, the very end of this one, I think is a little too intense for just like a background track. But if it were to happen during like a study mini game or something, I think it could work really well. Um, but yeah, so the test theme, I think the test theme probably holds up a little bit better than the study theme does on its own. But I don't remember exactly how the entire track goes, so let's just have a listen. But there's definitely like that element of time that I added to it. And so a little less neurotic because it doesn't involve Erika specifically, but I think I don't know. I feel personally like it still does have that element of like pressure. The triangle is really good at indicating like bell sounds, like your time's up kind of thing, and then all these just kind of like wooden clicky sounds that are like pencils or like the clock ticking, things like that. So yeah, I'm surprised I still remember as much about that as I do. That was like also it's not mixed super well, but pre-mixing this one, I remember I submitted the draft and the director was just like, "This doesn't sound good at all," because all of the strings were all playing at the same level. And so you couldn't tell which one was taking the main melody. Where post mixing, you can obviously tell the higher strings are like the dun 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 dun, are playing that main melody, while the other ones are just kind of doing added textures and rhythms to I don't I don't think it was really representing anything. It was just sort of like adding in a bunch of different polyrhythms on top of each other to fill out the space. You could read into it. I mean, I read into things all the time. I could be like, oh, well, these are all the different students going at their own pace. But again, it was just me writing something that sounded good when I was doing it, I guess. So that is the end of all the like completed tracks. So now we're getting into drafts. Uh, so this Takami draft actually is more or less finished, but it wasn't what the director wanted out of the sound, and I wasn't really sure how to make it work because we were the way that she was being described as a character was not really fitting with the idea of what um I guess the initial thought process behind her was supposed to be. And then also he had sent me a like a reference track to sort of make it sound like, and so initially I had reference used that and made something that sounded quite similar, and he said that he didn't want it he wanted it to be a little more peaceful than that because it was a little electronic and I guess in your face, and he was like, I want it to be a little more like, mellow. So I made it more mellow, and then it still wasn't working, but by the time we got to a point of not of sort of starting to see how it could work. It just like the project was already kind of falling through. So this is what her theme kind of would have sounded like. I think, yeah, it is. It does go all the way to the end of it and loop. This also has like a really nice piano line that I ended up using in like some of my school projects because it was just like such a good piano line, but it was so hard to play. This one. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, yeah. Like I really liked that piano line, and I don't remember how I played it in the first time because during the reading sessions with the actual musicians, they were just like, "This is gonna take a few rehearsals to actually get down." And yeah, so again, I think it still sounds good. I think it works fairly well as a theme. There's not a lot of connecting pieces except for that except for that repeating once. There's not like too many connecting pieces, so thematically it's not the best character theme, but I think it's a nice piece of music still. And yeah, the mixing again, mixing is not amazing and it definitely peaked a few times in there, but um again, yeah, I just I'm a little bit sad that that one didn't end up going any farther than that because we just couldn't reach an agreement on how we wanted her theme to sound. So yeah, it just didn't work out there. But Erika's theme, which is the next one that I've got queued up here, Erika's theme, I made it kind of jazzy, and which is I'm not really sure why the idea was to make it jazzy. It was a request from the director. He had wanted it to be sort of upbeat, jazzy, and a lot of fun, despite the fact that her character was kind of neurotic and uh, forcing you to study and do things that you may not want to. Not in that way, but in a studying context. Uh, so yeah, I'm not really sure why we went with jazz for her theme. Oh, that's the wrong picture. Oh, that's the demo. Okay, yeah, there she is on the right, the far right here by my arm. But yeah, so her theme. I don't know if this one actually is finished or not, or if it's just as it says a draft. So let's just hear it and see how far it goes. Night train vibes. Oh, okay, so that one actually did go all the way to the end, and it had a an ending sort of because it actually just I mean, it doesn't fade out, but it doesn't just cut off for the loop or anything. Probably because it's a draft and I didn't make a loop version, but uh yeah, no, that one it's all right. It's definitely got more consistency to it than the Takumi theme did, but I think I don't know. I don't really know why we were in such good agreement that this fit her because thinking back on it now, again, it's also been like so many years since I have thought about this game and the mechanics and everything behind it that I don't really know how well it would have fit her character, but like thinking about it now just based on my memory, I feel like it maybe wasn't the best type of music for this character's theme specifically. But I don't know. It doesn't matter too much. So anyway, now we're just on to some oh, these are just some troll so I was like kind of trolling the director when he was asking me to write things. So as you can see, well, you can't see the full titles, and for some reason here it always just shows the tempo info. But this bar theme is called Bar Theme with Battle Music at the end for some reason. Uh this one after it that says Chuck, it's Chuck or Akiba theme unfinished screwing around draft. And then the last one, you can already see why it's kind of ridiculous, but it is Outdoor Zelda in Fall in Glorious Nihon. So I think I remember how these all sound, but let's just see. Obviously these are all unfinished tracks or like not real things because they were. I think they all started as something and then they just. I was just messing around and didn't use them. I just wanted to like send them as a joke to be like, oh look, here's the next track, and then he would listen and be like, wow, this sounds good at the start, and then as it goes on, he'd be like, what is happening? So anyway, so this is bar theme with battle music at the end for some reason. Excellent titles, thank you. Ooh, that trumpet went way too quiet. And then I don't know why this happened, but it did. And I didn't go beyond that little trumpet line because I was like, that's enough of a joke. I don't need to send the rest of it or like write the rest of that because it's kind of Final Fantasy-esque at the end there. Obviously not mixed properly, but yeah, I don't know. I think I was writing it and then I started uh, making the drums a little bit faster because I wanted to try some different ideas other than what I had had, which didn't make any sense for it because it sounded fine the way it had been prior to that. But yeah, I started making it faster and then I was like, you know, it would go well with this beat is battle bass line, and then I just threw the trumpet on over top of it because it sounded funny. But yeah, that was that. The next thing, bar patron reveals secret superpowers. Exactly. I mean, there were a lot of jokes planned for this game as well. Like if I'm just because what is this Sinkore? Oh yeah, so a lot of the developers for this game were obsessed with if you're familiar with Kantai Collection, which is like boat girls, ship girl, anthropomorphic ship battleship girls. And so they wanted to turn a lot of these characters into like or not like the characters, but there'd be like a mini game in the arcade or something where these characters that looked like all of the main heroines would show up looking like these. And it was just supposed to be coincidence. And I don't know if the bar had anything to do with that, but I mean, yeah, there was like that kind of thing. Oh, that's just some cute doodles. You must be, wait, what does this say? You must be lost. This isn't a middle school. Oh, this is saying that to her. Were there any other like meme pictures? I'm sure there were. Anime shipping culture is getting out of hand. Just sprite sketches and just them in their winter clothes. Okay, so not really. There aren't really any like any other jokes that you can see in these pictures that I still have from it. But yeah. So anyway, let's move on. So oh, I mean like this will work because Chuck, so Chuck is your weeb best friend who wears a shirt that says a lunk to the a lunk to the future. And so he goes through like a transformation from the start to the finish where he's I guess supposed to be good looking here. Sorry, my finger. But yeah, I don't know about that, but sure, whatever. But his theme, I think is actually like a somewhat actually no, it's definitely not a finished theme. I remember how this goes. I'll just let it play and then you guys can just hear how it sounds. It's so stupid. Uh, so yeah, I think what I remember making this too actually because I think I was just trying to scratch down some ideas for how this theme could work because we weren't sure if Chuck was gonna have his own theme and then uh like Akihabara was also gonna have its own theme or if they were just gonna share it because uh Chuck being the weeb that he is was supposed to always kind of like be in Akiba, so basically every time you were there uh they would both be there. So we were still trying to decide if Chuck should have his own theme because you would obviously see him at like school and stuff outside of Akiba. Um, so I was just scratching down ideas. So I think the organ the organ lines were intentional. So it was like the do 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 do, and the sort of solo at the end, which wasn't set in stone, but like that sort of feeling to it was supposed to be there. This is the heat. Unfortunately, I've got to hop out for the night. Thanks for the stream. Good to see you. Okay. Yeah, I'll see you around, Iron. Too bad you couldn't stick around for the Cosmos music, but you still have access to all the tracks anyway, so you can hear those whenever you feel like. But yeah. So for this one, for Chuck, I think yeah, so I was doing all this and then I think I was just trying to like click on instruments just to see how a lot of them sounded, and then I ended up clicking on like a jaw harp just because I was clicking on whatever came up and then just playing it. And because it was so dumb sounding, I was like, all right, we're just gonna throw this in and say that this is his theme. And obviously the director thought it was hilarious, but we like didn't get far enough. I'll watch the VOD. All right, I don't know how long we're gonna go for, but yeah, for sure. Um, but yeah, so that is that. And then the last track, which is this amazingly named track, Outdoor Zelda in Fall in Glorious Nihon. So earlier we heard the track that is just titled New Fall Outdoor. You can see it at the top here, top of the playlist thing. And that didn't sound like that the first time I did a draft because it just ended up sounding different. And then I can't remember the exact reason we didn't go with it. I think it just wasn't the right vibe, so that was fine. But when I was playing around with it, I was just playing with some different chords, and then uh, Zelda got thrown in there. So yeah, we'll just hear it, and you'll hear the Zelda bits. yeah, so random Zelda bits getting thrown in there for no real reason other than because it sounded like it worked in the moment and I thought it was funny, and that that was it. Like there's no other reason other than because I think a lot of these joke ones was ended up existing because I thought they were funny. That was basically the only reason to include most of them. So anyway, sorry, I'm just trying to get set up for the next batch of tracks. Also, oh, I will come back in a second. So you know what? I'll just start this playing over from the beginning again. While I am going because I have a sourdough that needs to be worked a little bit. So let me just play Blooming Rose again, and I will type. Let me make that big. Okay, so let me play this. Okay, I'll be back. I have returned, yes. Oh, okay, so the next soundtrack that we'll get to, because that's all the music from this, from Barakana, so the next one is actually one that I was the director for. So I guess George, you were in the last stream, and then Iron, who just left actually. But anyway, so last stream there was a chatter named Drory, and he and I, uh, as I think I mentioned in the last one because I was playing music for it, we had been working on a project with a bunch of other people that we just kind of got invited to work on online. And that was the first foray that I made into writing soundtrack music for specifically visual novels, but just games in general, because I obviously, up until that point, was not anything. So from there, let me just delete all of these. We started working on this. So our project was called Children of Cosmos. Actually, in the future, I'm thinking of like doing an on-stream playthrough of what we had finished because we finished up all the way through the common route, which would lead you onto a specific heroine's route. So this was like a kind of your standard visual novel type thing. There was like five girls that you could romance, uh, and the idea behind it was that they were all not humans. Like they had been affected by this star uh this shooting star what's the word I'm looking for? Meteor shower. There's like some like a magical meteor shower that would grant the wish of anyone who touched one that made it to Earth intact. And because of uh this one town where they all fell a lot more frequently, these girls started appearing as circumstance, all based on their own circumstances. They weren't just like wished into existence or something. And yeah, so some of them had clear backstories or clear to the reader, and others we were planning on talking about in like future things or like sort of hidden backstory types of things. I wasn't really sure how I was going to approach it. And this was like a huge, ambitious project for a bunch of people who had never made anything before. So I think our goal was to write like, I think by the end of it, the game would have hit like a script of about somewhere between 5 and 700,000 words. Which is just absolutely insane, and no, there's no reason that a game should be that long. But I think because so as I mentioned in the last one, all of us were like super nerds, and so the people involved in it were all people that I had met through like fan fiction writing. And we had all written stories over 100,000 words. So I was like, oh, well, if we just make each route about like 100,000 words each, or like, but I'll give free reign for the writers to do whatever they want with it, then we can get this we can get these fleshed out stories that everyone can do whatever they want with as long as it fits the vibe and doesn't contradict the stories that each other are writing. And this went on for like 5 years. I think we started it in 2014 and I officially ended it in 2019. But yeah, so from the last stream, Drew and I were the first two to start working on it after the weird crossover visual novel fell through, and then there were some others that I told about this stream that I was gonna do, but the only one who showed up was Iron, and he or they were our editor. Um, so Iron was our editor fairly late into the project actually, but they joined, and within like I want to say a few weeks at most, they had learned all the like extensive lore behind this project, like this project that should not have had lore as extensive as it was, but it was, again, we were being really ambitious with it, and it was just, it ended up being too much, which is why it ultimately ended up failing because we all started it in uni, and then by the time I shut it down, we had all been graduated, like except for Iron, I think. We were basically all out of school, busy with our lives, didn't have enough time. I didn't want to be a writer, but I was doing the most writing, and yeah, it was just it ended up being too much work. So let me pull up the music. This has almost an entire full soundtrack for it because there's like 30 something tracks finished, and these are all the loops. Do I have any that are not loops? Well, there's unfortunately there's no order to the tracks though, so I think maybe I should do some of the more generic tracks first, and then we'll get into the character themes after, so I can get all the images loaded up, because I do want to pull up some of these character images and things like that. So here, let me just get this playlist loaded up, so I'll do that. Let's see. What would be a good one? Or actually, maybe I can see date created. Ooh, okay, and then we can see which ones I made first. Oh, it was a character theme first. Okay, let's not do it like that then. So dumb. Let's see, what would be a good one? This might have played earlier. What was this? Yeah, that was earlier. Whatever, we'll put it in. Yeah, a lot of these are also going to be non-soundtrack versions, so they're just going to cut off at the end because again, I don't think I made a lot of, I didn't really make any soundtrack versions of any of these. Actually, what I should do is play the title screen first, which is just a very bad ripoff of Claire de Lune. So, you know what? While I'm getting this set up, let's play that, and then I'll talk about it after, because there's some fun stuff in it, but man, is it just like a blatant ripoff. So, as you can tell, just Claire de Lune, but not. but then it gets into a cool part, a cool fast part that I still quite like actually. So it's gonna get into that just in a second here. Some key changes in there as well. Wow, there's a lot more music than I realized actually. Oh, wait, I forgot one. All right, so how did you enjoy not Claire de Lune? Because that is exactly what it was, but me trying to write uh, Claire de Lune that was not that, basically. Um, yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to load up some more things here. Image, image, image. So, anyway, yeah, so that was supposed to be the title theme for the game, and it plays during the menu. Again, I might play this on stream in the future, but I think if I'm gonna play it on stream, I'm gonna play it on Twitch instead of YouTube, just because I want to try seeing how Twitch differs from YouTube. Honestly, I'm not even looking at YouTube right now, and I don't have enough stuff running. Like, I don't have a chat box in my stream because I can't seem to get it working, and I don't feel like doing that right now. Maybe in the future I'll mess around with that a bit more. But yeah, I just want to see how different streaming sites will work, and I mean, again, I'll post things on YouTube to make sure people know, but yeah. Let me see. Where am I looking? Where am I looking right now? Art, art, sprites, and early sketches. Sprites, sprites, height comparisons. Oh, I guess I can pull this up for now. Let me see. Image. Oh, okay. So here are the characters that we had for this game. Uh, the artist just took a screenshot instead of actually like uh instead of just sending this all as an image. I guess probably because they were just lining up all the characters side by side rather than actually you know, uh making an image to show off the different heights, but here they all are. Um Hang on. Oh, there's still a little bit at the bottom there. Okay, so these are all the characters from the game that I was a director for. I mean, I basically created the game and then again, it fell through because we were all got too busy with life, couldn't keep up with everything. But there was quite a lot of characters in this, a lot more than the previous game. So again, most of these characters that are in the school uniform, like the girls in the school uniform, plus the girl with the ears that are flopped down over here. They are so the main heroines. I'll just like point to them actually. So it's like this girl here, with the blue hair, who is also over here because she's sitting in a wheelchair over here. But this is her standing. So she's one of the heroines. This girl with the black hair in between the two guys is one. White hair girl is also one. Ponytail girl here is one. And then this girl with the orange hair is also one of the heroines. So, yeah, again, all five of those girls are not human. And the idea was that this was supposed to be like supernatural. Your main character, who is this guy here, that you would never really see except for, I guess, in like CG images once we had implemented all of those, but we never got that far with the art or anything. Yeah, so he was like living in this city away from his family because he wanted to go to high school in a different city. He starts meeting all these girls through various circumstances, gets involved with them, and then the end of the common route was basically ending on one of the girls' routes or just failing to get on any of them. And the idea was that like by the end of the common route, once you end up on one of these heroines' routes, they basically at the end, the last scene before you start their route properly is them basically proving without a doubt that they are not a human. And they had different ways of doing this. Some of them could transform into like the animal or creature that they were. Others just like were not fully able to look like a human. So like I mean, spoilers for a game that's not going to be published, but the girl with the orange hair, her name is Rena, and she is a fox. She can transform into and out of fox form, but her human form has a tail and the ears, as you can see. The girl with the blue hair with the shell, she is a mermaid. Yeah, pretty straightforward. When you get onto her route, she basically reveals herself to exist, and she has a fishtail. The white-haired girl is the spirit of a tree, which was the most tricky to actually show because, like, it was kind of like, okay, well, what can she actually do that proves she's a tree? It's like, well, when she gets separated from her body, which is the tree, the farther away she gets, the more sickly she starts to become. And then we had this other concept where it was like her hair starts turning brown the farther she gets from it, and some other things. She could meld into the tree. Yeah, it was a lot of like complex things that the other girls didn't have as much of an issue with because it was just like, oh, ponytail girl with the ribbon, she is an insect, so she can turn into different bugs. And the girl in between the two guys on sorry, over here, she's a snake, so she can turn into a snake. I will bring up like bigger images of the girls once I get to their like themes proper, but yeah, if I were to run through all the characters really quick, just because some of them don't, most of them don't have themes, just because they're like some of them are side characters. So it's like from left to right, the top, this guy, the tallest one, he's their teacher, Mr. O, and he is just kind of he's like a lazy teacher. He doesn't get things done very well, but he's also a super strict coach. next to him is Seren. She's the mermaid girl. The reason there's human forms for all of these characters, again, like I mentioned, it has something to do with the meteor shower, and then also after finishing their main route, there was like a part at the end where they're supposed to wish to become a human, and then they do, which is what this picture is just to like make sure that we knew how tall all of them were, basically. Um, this guy right here is Yuji. He's the main character's best friend. Also, this is not set in Japan. This is set in a fictional town called Terena. Um, so yeah, Yuji is the main character's best friend in this town, at least. This is the main character, Leo. This is the snake girl, Mara, or Mara. This is Leo's dad. This is a researcher named Shida, who all the girls are afraid of because she's doing research on nature-related stuff in the city. This is Ash. She's the tree spirit. This is Leo's mom, so main character's mom. What are their names again? Orion and Lyra, I think, if I'm remembering right. This is one of Leo's other good friends, so it's like Yuji and Ami are his two main friends in this game. Ami likes Leo. Yuji likes Ami. There is a whole side story with that, but I won't bother getting into that right now. This girl here is Lucy. She is the insect. Her human-esque form has antenna and butterfly wings, but she is originally an ant. There's a whole thing to do with the wish that she made that made her unable to turn back into an ant, but she can turn into other insects, so yeah, that's a whole thing. This girl is Rena. She's a fox. I mentioned that already. And then this girl is Leo's sister, little sister, Karina. Everyone in Leo's family is named after a constellation. So yeah, Leo is Leo. Yeah, so it's like Leo, Orion, Lyra, and Karina. And then again over here, it's just the same girl as who is over here, because this is her when she's standing, this is her when she's in a wheelchair, because she's a mermaid, so when she becomes a human, she doesn't know how to use her legs properly at first. Anyway, so that was a long explanation. I think this first track actually played in the last soundtrack, but I reused it because we thought this one was going to go all the way, and then it didn't, so I'll play it anyway. And then there's like a follow-up version to it for nighttime, so daytime version, nighttime version. Daytime is Good Morning Terena. All right. So, one of the fun things about writing for a project like this, not writing as in writing the script, but like writing the music, is because I was the creator of this whole project. Um, I got to write whatever music I felt like. Uh, and there were basically no rules or restrictions that I had placed on myself, other than like it needs to fit, obviously. So, um, obviously this was a more like slice of lifey type of background track, just like for daytime types of things. And again, I think I took this from uh the other game. But yeah, this like a lot of these tracks, even the more like just daytime regular sounding tracks that you'd hear in the background of a normal scene are a lot more fantasy-esque. I put a lot more of like a fantasy aspect to it, because of the like the supernatural state of the story. Like it's still a very slice of life. Like there wasn't anything crazy going on. There wasn't like magic battles or anything. It was just like regular life if like these wish granting meteorites fell to earth every 150 years and there were consequences of that resulted in these supernatural girls existences. Um and yeah, so these first that first track is not anything particularly fantasy-esque. I think this next one, the Goodnight one, has a little bit more of that aspect because um I did actually write it specifically for this game and not the other one. It is just like an iteration of the track we just heard, but you'll see what I mean with the more fantasy-esque idea to it. I'm just gonna start putting the side characters on screen too, so you can see their sprites. And then when we get to the main heroines' themes or like characters that have themes, I'll put theirs on screen. So for now, we'll just put the side characters on. Very Mario 64 water level esque. Okay, let's see. How did that work? Oh, there we go. It's a good size. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's go like that then. Okay. Um, yeah, so that was just the same theme but like made for nighttime. Obviously, uh nighttime is gonna have a lot more like dream-like, dream-esque sounds to it. But yeah, ooh, that turned out a lot bigger than I was expecting it to. Let's shrink him down a bit. But yeah, just kind of like the vibes you'd expect out of like a Mario 64 type of sounding track. How tall is he supposed to be? Let's go like this. That's a little too tall, but whatever. Move her over. Move her in front. But yeah, so those are the two friend characters as well, Yuji and Ami. Yuji likes Ami, Ami likes the main character. Main character obviously likes one of the heroines. Anyway, so let's keep going to the next track, which is Serenity. This is actually the very, very first track I wrote for this game. I think it still sounds pretty good. It's pretty basic, just some nice, easy listening, and yeah, so I'll just let it play while I continue trying to get all these characters on screen. And honestly, I think that one, if it had a little more reverb, it would probably sound just about right. But unfortunately, it didn't have that much reverb, so it does not sound quite right. But I mean, it's all right. It's an okay sounding track. Okay, so these are Leo's parents. I'm just gonna slide them over a little more. I don't care if they're in front of me. This is already a cluttered enough screen as it is. That was Serenity. Again, the very first track that I wrote for this game. Very calm, very peaceful, nothing much to it. Just wanted something that was, again, just something that would be nice and easy to listen to while you're like walking around the city and the town. But you can tell there's a lot more of a sort of a fantasy-esque aspect to it that wasn't quite present in the previous track. I'm not sure what it is. I think something about the flute melody just kind of gives it that vibe. Also, maybe the drums a little bit, but I don't know. Personally, I think it sounds more fantasy-esque, but maybe you disagree. Who knows? Again, this game is not going to get published anytime soon or ever, so what does it matter? Let's move you guys over because there's a few more characters we've got to get into this screen. So let's keep going. The next track is Let's Play. This might be the second track that I wrote for this, actually. Kind of basic, just like a rock-ish thing that I couldn't get the saxophone to sound right for, but let's play it. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry. I muted the mic because I had to cough a bunch. I've got a bit of a cold right now. Um, but yeah, no, just like a lot of these tracks, there's not much to say about these ones right now, just because they're just basic background tracks. Like the names should be kind of self-explanatory. Serenity was calm. Let's Play is a little more playful. Having Fun is I don't know if I actually ended up using Having Fun, at least not in the demo that we had. Um, I guess I could share that demo, but it's like completely unfinished, and I kind of want to play it on stream again in the future. So yeah, but I think I've almost got all these characters on screen here too now. Let me just rename this one so I know which ones are which. Rename YouTube. Um, 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 um. So yeah, and is there one more? Let me just see. God. Oh, and then the main character himself. Okay. So yeah, not much to say with that. Let's just play Having Fun. Again, I think this one is less upbeat than Let's Play, but yeah. I don't remember how tall they are. Oh, Leo's kind of tall. Orion kind of short. Orion, my dude. I guess that makes Lyra way shorter. A little bit taller than Ami. And Karina's like way down there. Okay, and that's the end of that track. Yeah, again, like not much to it. There is that, like, I do kind of like that I did the slowdown at the end with it, like just a nice little tempo change, but I think it was maybe too much. Rosalina Observatory vibes in that beginning few seconds. Yeah, just basic waltz kind of sounds. But yeah, I think this one was I think the idea of doing the slowdown at the end, I do like that. I think it was just a little too much, a little too slow, and then also it's distracting for what the track is, being just like a background track. But yeah, no, it wasn't too bad. I think that one I still kind of like. But again, it's just a basic sort of background track for having fun. Just when the characters are kind of all chilling together. So let me see. The next one's not really like music in the sense of what all this other stuff is. So I'll play it for a bit, maybe not the full 2.5 minutes, because it plays So there's like there's an intro scene for this game where it's just doing like a sort of cryptic narration type of thing that goes over what the this magic meteor shower is, and like how the town that the meteors fall in intact is where the game is going to take place. And so it's not really meant to be like music so much as it is atmosphere, and it plays in the planetarium scene as well. So let's just play it for a bit, and then I can always skip it once we get the idea. I mean, I guess I could play it until the end, but you kind of get the idea. It's not really music. I mean, not music in the sense that we've been listening to my other tracks has been. That one is definitely a lot more just made for atmosphere. I think it's just like two or three synths layered over top of each other that are just they're all default synths too, because again, I still even to this day don't really know how to program a synth very well. So I just found some default ones that sounded pretty good, played them in, had them just hold down a few notes and change every once in a while. There's no real timing to it. It's just what sounded good in my head as I was playing it, and I think it works for what it is. It's just atmosphere. So yeah. Anyway, let's go to the next track, which is Hot Sun Cool Shade, and hopefully it goes right into the loop without it should be seamless, but I don't remember if this app can actually play things seamlessly like that, so we'll find out. Okay, it did. Nice. Ooh, some nice piano, like jazzy piano chords in there. I think this track accomplishes a lot better what I was saying having fun wasn't able to with its change up at the end. Like this has some mood vibe changes like this, and it's gonna change again. Oh, no, yeah, it's doing a repetition. After this repetition, it'll go back to how it was playing in the beginning. But I think even though the vibe changes between them, it's not super distracting. So you still get a good idea of what you want to out of the track without worrying too much about, like, oh, this takes the reader out of it while they're trying to read the story and play the game. Oh. Oh, and then it's so it can loop back to the beginning. Yeah, there were some cool notes in the middle there on the piano part. I kind of forgot that it does like some nice little jazzy chords. I just can't remember how those sound. So that's just an F major 7. That doesn't sound right either. But that's also a very cool chord. What is this? I don't even know what you would call this. This is like an F, or sorry, not an F, a G7, G7 sharp 5? Interesting chord. Kind of whole tony almost. But yeah, no, so yeah, so I think that accomplishes what I was trying to do with the other track. Again, the other one was written much earlier, well, maybe not much earlier on, but it was definitely, I think, at least a year earlier than this Hot Sun Cool Shade track was written. So the vibe change was definitely a lot smoother for this one. Yeah, again, it's just a like standard background track for like normal scenes, upbeat, playful kind of scenes. And then we're going, oh, we're still, yeah, I think it's, I put these in an order unintentionally from like light tracks to dark tracks, and then with all the character themes at the end. So let's just keep going. The next one is also pretty standard, not super interesting. This might have been one of the later tracks that I wrote. When did I write this one? Let's see. 2018. Ooh. And this is a pretty grating synth, FM synth. Ooh, yeah. I know what effect I was trying to go with this synth, but it wasn't quite the sound that I wanted to get it to. And also, I just played it way too high for that section. Ugh. Ugh. And then, yeah. Not much to say about that, honestly. Mid-Morning Daydream. Supposed to be kind of a sleepy track. And then, yeah, that synth is a little too grating. I would like to change that if I were to revisit it, but yeah, make it something a little less harsh on the ears, a little less sine wavy, I guess. So let's move on to Nature's Embrace, which do I remember? I mean, as soon as it starts playing, I'll remember it. So yeah, let's just get to it. Ah. The idea of the city that they live in is it's surrounded by nature, and the name Terena is just an anagram of nature. The word itself was made up by, I can't remember, like some famous electroacoustic, like synth pioneer guy. I can't remember his name though. Yeah, so I think that one's kind of nice. It's maybe not the most fitting track per se for what I was trying to accomplish, but because I don't know that it necessarily feels naturey as much as just calming. Again, a lot of these early tracks are just going to be calm, daytime, doing whatever types of tracks for this game. And then as we progress, they'll get more and more dramatic and then get into actual character themes. So that one, I think, oh, actually, that might have been, no, this next one is the last sort of just like fluff track. This is one that plays when there's like stuff happening at nighttime and they're looking at stars or whatever, and yeah, it's calm. So yeah, the previous one was probably the last like true daytime calm sounding track, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, so let's play Hoshizora, which means starry sky. Yeah. A little too many chime flourishes. I know what I was going for, but definitely like not the number that we wanted. Ooh, okay. Um, I wasn't prepared. I forgot how short that track is. But yeah, just nice again, just nice calming. Again, these are all supposed to have sort of like a fantasy-esque type of feel to them. And so I think maybe the chimes were a bit overkill in that one. And by maybe I mean they were very much overkill, but uh everything else about it seemed pretty like fine, normal, what I was trying to do and accomplish. Maybe just yeah, if I had not been so overkill with those chimes ringing every like half second, it probably could have been better. So maybe in the future, again, if I ever revisit these tracks and try and reframe them to fit better, then this will work out a lot better. So anyway, like I said, that was sort of the last neutral one. I guess this next one is also a daytime like one, but it's a little more playful than the other ones where like there were some like let's play and having fun, which were like, you know, upbeat and fun. This one's less upbeat and more of like you know, you're chatting with your friends and they're talking about like, oh, these like weird things going on around town because it's all related to the main girl characters. So I'll just play it and you'll get a sense for it. There's definitely a section at the end where it goes too hard for just being a standard background track. Oh, and that clarinet is way too loud. That was not supposed to show on stream. Not yet, at least. Going too hard for a regular background track, but I do like the interplay of these instruments together. Do good. Okay. And then the next track, Magic Out. Well, I mean, like, I guess I should go a little more in depth about that one. So, yeah, no, Rumor, I think the first half is more what I was going for with it, where it's like dun dun da 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 da. And it's just it's kind of lighthearted, but there's like a sort of mysterious heaviness to it that you can hear as it's going. And I was playing around with like a I guess the interplay of like the instruments coming in and out between each other, and then also with the space of it all, because you've got like the strings doing their high little bit like duh, 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 but you have this bass clarinet and bassoon that are both playing like very, very low, and there's not really anything in the middle. So mostly, yeah, just trying to play around, try and capture the sound of a, a rumor, I guess, not a malicious rumor, but just a rumor in general. Um, yeah, I don't know. This stream has not been very roasty, other than me just saying that my mixing is bad. But I kind of like I guess I was saying it last stream. We kind of got through all of like the really bad garbage, and now we're hitting a point where I've kind of like in my life, because when was this? This is like between 2014 to 2019, so there's like a big variety of like the levels of my composition and mixing abilities in this part of my life, I guess. But yeah, there's quite a variety of like how good and bad these are gonna sound, but definitely I feel like when I go back and listen to this era, none of them are like bad anymore. There's just things that I would like to fix and things that I would do a lot differently than I had when I wrote them. For example, with this one, where just the ending section, it sounds really cool, and I think it would work on its own as like its own track if it were like fully like that the whole way from start to finish. But as a mixture with the slower part in the beginning, it's just a little too intense. So it kind of has the opposite problem, I think, that what was the other one called again? Having Fun had, where it slows down like way too much at the end. This one speeds up a little too much. It isn't so much as cringy as it is more of nitpicks on tracks that either sound fine or really good. Well, thank you. But yeah, I mean, like people are always say this like you're always your own biggest critic, and like for sure I knowing the background of all of these tracks especially, I'm more critical of these than I think other people would be. um some of these definitely were a little too intense when we put them in the demo, like you'll hear one, not yet, but it plays in a scene that's like dramatic but not as dramatic as the music would make it out to be. So I'll mention that again once it comes up. But this next one, I actually really like Magic Hour. This might have been the very last track I ended up writing before we dropped this project. When did I write it? Magic Hour. What is the year? Magic Hour is from May of 2019. Oh, almost June of 2019. So yeah, I think this was the very last track that I probably wrote for this game. So in theory, it should be the best one, but we'll see about that. Already some peaking. Kind of Amagami SS vibes from this one. Oh, you think so? I mean, I do love the Amagami SS soundtrack. It's incredible. I don't know if it was... I doubt it was on my mind when I was writing this, though. Oh, so much peaking. Oh, so much peaking. It almost sounds like there's a bass drum hit going in, but there definitely wasn't any bass drum written into this. Oh, okay. I keep missing the cutoff for these because I keep forgetting that there's no proper like fade out type of ending. Sorry, I'm just trying to load up one of these character images. Is this a good one? Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Um, so yeah, I think I had like a pretty good grasp of what I was trying to do with that one. Like, other than like the peaking that was happening in it, the actual mix itself is fairly decent. I think I just didn't know how to play around with an equalizer yet. Again, I still don't. I'm not great at playing around with equalizers now, but back then especially, um, if I had just messed around with the equalizers a bit, I think I could have prevented the peaking. But I do really like the fade in and out with the strings. Um, it has a nice oboe melody in there that I feel like I was inspired by something, but I can't remember what now. I know you mentioned Amagami SS, and I don't think I was thinking about Amagami SS because I think until I made that video about it, I was kind of like not really thinking about the music from it, just because, again, it was such an average show for me that by the time it came back to remembering the music, I think I saw a clip somewhere and I was like, "Oh yeah, I remember really liking that show." And I had the Blu-rays for it, so I was like, "I'll watch a couple episodes again just to see what I liked about it." And then that kind of spurred me to relive the emotion that I felt when I first watched it, because it was kind of a shock again. I just remember being like really surprised at how good the music for it was, even though I kind of knew already. But yeah. So anyway, the next one is one of the I guess Magic Hour is a little bit dramatic, but yeah, this is when we start getting into the more dramatic stuff. The unknown, it plays when I guess the first girl, which would be either Rena or Lucy, is the first one to sort of like uh mention to Leo that they're not a human, but actually do so in a way that makes him believe or start to doubt the reality of the of like everything he knows, because it's like, oh well, like crazy transforming people are not a thing, and then it's like, oh, just kidding, these girls are doing something that doesn't really make a lot of sense. So uh there's the unknown one here and unknown two, which I've got the intro and loop files for. um I'm just gonna let it play all the way through to the unknown end of unknown 2, because these do loop play into each other. There's also a loop for unknown 1 and an intro for unknown 2, but it's just like they play into each other. So the whole point was like I could cue them in any order that I wanted to. The piano definitely needs some more reverb. It needs a little more atmosphere. I guess the cello should also have more reverb in that case. Hmm. So yeah, unknown one is like when they're just telling him like, "Oh, I'm not human," whatever. Unknown two is more like once they've done something, it's like, "Oh, like what is going on? What's happening?" That wouldn't be hard to play, but it would definitely be annoying to play that piano like that. Because it's just so many repetitions. I guess it wouldn't be super different from was it Schubert? Schubert? Errol Koenig, the Demon King or the Devil King or something. Also just like an intense like piano thing. Although that one is of a completely different caliber to this one. This is just like single notes, so at least you could change fingers or something. But uh, yeah. Anyway, make your choice, which only played in one scene and is definitely not fitting for this game because again, it's way too intense for the scene that it's for. This is not even the one that I was talking about before, but it's way too intense for the scene that I put it in. And then also it's just like it's only for this one scene where one of the characters almost gets hit by a car. Um yeah, I'll just play it. Again, I guess it's hard for you guys to gauge how fitting any of this is because you don't have the context of the game, which again, I do want to play on stream and then you'll probably get to see just how unfitting some of these are because of the how over dramatic they are for what's written. But yeah, so make your choice. Oh, and then the double time. Yeah, just way too dramatic for this scene. Okay, so a little bit of context for that scene. So this is still before Leo, the main character, the purple-haired guy on screen with the moon shirt. Uh this is still before he has like really realized any of these girls are, I guess, not humans. And so Rena, the fox girl from before, and I'll put her on screen again later, she is in her fox form and she has a jar stuck on her head because she likes jam. There was some inside joke that we had made up for that a long time ago, and it just made it into the game somehow. So anyway, she likes jam, and then she's on the road, and there's a car coming, and it's like, oh no, the car's coming, and he has to like run out into the street and dive roll to save her from getting hit by the car, and that is the music that plays over that. So it's definitely over dramatic for what it is for. But not, again, not a terrible piece of music, just not what should have been where it was in the game or in this game to begin with. So we'll leave that one at that and then just move on to the next one, which is Genjitsu wa Genso, reality is an illusion. I think from the title alone, you can kind of tell that it's also another dramatic piece, although so this is the one actually that I was mentioning before that so this plays during a scene where I'll let it play first and then I'll explain it later. But it's again, I think it's a nice piece of music. It's just for where it plays, way too dramatic for the scene. Okay, yeah, so just to clarify again, I think that's a pretty decent track and it's very dramatic and it like conveys the drama that I wanted it to. That just ended up being a lot more dramatic than what ended up being needed for the scene, but we couldn't really, or at the very least I couldn't tell until I actually saw the scene playing out and then realizing that, oh, this is this is a little much. And then when we did get some beta testers to get back to us on what they thought of the demo that we released, it was like, oh yeah, no, that scene was way, way too over the top because of the music. Like the scene itself was perfectly fine from the sounds of it. Yeah, at least what people were saying to us, but like, man, was it like too much. Um, so I'm just trying to pull something up because I have realized something. Uh, can find a picture. Oh. Okay, that scared me. I thought OBS crashed for a second. Um, Here, I'll just play the next track because I'm still trying to load up the thing that I was going to pull up. So the next track is called Shatter. It only in the demo plays in one scene, but a lot more fittingly, it's probably just as dramatic as this previous track was, but where it plays is a lot more sensible. Genjitsu Agenso, Reality's Illusion plays. There's a scene where Ash, the tree spirit, she's like moving away from Like, so her body is the tree that she's the spirit of, and she's just like the soul of it. So when she gets too far from the tree, she starts getting weaker, sickly, that kind of thing. It's just like her body can't be too far from her soul, or other way around. Her soul can't be too far from the body, otherwise she starts to like die, basically. Um, so the idea was that for that track, she's like leading you out of the forest after you get lost, and then the farther and farther you get to the, or closer and closer you get to the edge of the forest, the more sickly she starts to get. Um, and like obviously Leo doesn't know what's going on, but like she is starting kind of like almost dying, and like it sounds intense when I describe it like that, but because this is before he even knows anything about her, other than she's just like this girl he's met in the forest at least once, um it's just kind of like, oh whoa, this is really this is like way too intense for like this girl just like starting to feel sick and needing to rest for a bit. So it does play out a little more intensely than how I'm describing it, but definitely not as intense as that music would imply. Um anyway, so Shatter, I'll describe what Shatter plays over in a bit. I think I have the sheet music for this actually. It's probably too late. Yeah, it's too late to pull it up. It's already, we're like halfway through the track. I think I wrote this all in one sitting too, though. I don't know if I ever tried playing it though. I have no idea how playable it is. Actually, no, I definitely didn't because the last section is way too hard for me to play. Okay, so it just loops from there, so there is no like smooth out. Also, what is this tempo? Why did it? Oh, I guess when it came from Sibelius, it just messed it up. So it's like 152.0003 beats per minute. Dumb, but okay. I hate when computers do that. But yeah, also, I pulled up this character on screen for no reason other than because I'm wearing her shirt. Uh, that's the only reason. She's Kyaru from, or I guess Kiruya from Princess Connect. Anyway, has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I just thought it was funny. Um, so yeah, yeah. So that one actually does fit the scene that it plays during. So this plays during a scene when you, as Leo, fall into the lake. There's like a big lake in the city that he lives in. He falls into the lake, and because there's like a bunch of heavy stuff in his backpack, he starts sinking and drowning. Uh, and is basically just like as you're struggling underwater trying to get up, and it's like depending on what's happened, you either get saved by Lucy, the bug girl, who's like nearby and sees you, and she'll just like pull you up from the bridge, or you pass out while you're underwater, and then Seren, the mermaid, saves you, but you don't really get to actually meet her in that scene. I guess you don't meet either of them in that scene, regardless of who saves you. Um, but yeah, it's just I think that one's a lot more fitting. It is there's a lot of like mood, not mood, tonal shifts. It goes from fast to slow in quite a few parts. So but I think it still works quite a bit better than Genjutsu Again Soul was in terms of its drama, because like at least in this case it's like, oh, you the player are about to die, or it feels like you are, and you realize that because you're drowning. Whereas the previous one, you don't know what's going on with this girl. She's just starting to feel tired, so she says, and she's starting to like limp and like need to rest and stuff. But like, yeah. So the music doesn't fit the intensity of what's going on because you don't know what's going on as the player, at least. So yeah. I think if I were to keep the piece of music, Genjutsu Agenso, in the game, I would use it for obviously a much more dramatic scene than that, because I think it still fits. It definitely fits the vibe of the rest of the soundtrack. But this, yeah, Shatter works where it's at and doesn't really need to like. I don't think there's a lot of stuff that needs to be fixed about it. Probably some nitpicks here and there, but it's not to the extent that it's not really about the composition, it's more about where it was placed, and this one is definitely fine where it was, and then the composition, maybe make the tonal shifts a little less dramatic, but even with them as dramatic as they were, it still seemed to fit. So yeah, I don't feel bad about that one at all. I forgot I put this in at the bottom, I guess just because it was a W. What should we do today is also just we'll go back to nice happy daytime tracks for one track before we get into the actual character themes. So yeah, let's just play that one out. We're done with the dramatic ones, sort of. This one is possibly a little bit distracting as a background track because there's a lot going on, especially here, like this slight tonal shift. Yeah, it's a little intense for just like regular background music, but I still think it's a nice sounding piece of music. Just if it weren't a visual novel, if it were like a standard RPG or something, this could be like a location theme. But since it's a visual novel, it's a little bit weird. Especially this piano, a little too intense. Okay, and so with that, we are done with all of the just like regular themes or uh situational non-situational themes or I mean that's not true either because just background tracks that are not tied to anything specific except for maybe a scene or two where they play. But now I'm going to hide all of these side characters. Goodbye, because now we are into the actual character themes. So first up, who do we have? We have Shida, so feline. So weirdly enough, she is also a side character but she has a theme. You know what? Let's do a zoom in. So Shida is the researcher living in the city, and you know what? I'll keep Leo in actually. Main character, you can stay, and you can face the guy. Oh, he looks weird backwards. Never mind, I don't like that. Uh, yeah, so Shida is she's a researcher, uh, living in the city, and she's very eccentric and upbeat and super like just kind of weird, honestly. But she was so fun to write the script for. I remember just like every single dialogue scene with her would just like I'm pretty sure everyone kind of agreed on like whenever there was a chance to write her scenes, she was just so ridiculous that she was just super fun to write because you could basically make her say anything as long as it sounded like something she would say, and she just kind of ignored everyone and did her own thing. And so I don't know, she was just a lot of fun to write because she's such a ridiculous character in all of this. But yeah, so her whole thing was like she's upbeat, she's fun and happy and Genki and doing all these kinds of silly things that don't see. I guess she's more of an eccentric scientist than a mad one. But yeah, she was also supposed to be the game's sort of like unwilling villain, or not villain, the antagonist, I guess. um like she isn't supposed to realize she's an antagonist because like she doesn't know about the existence of the girls, but like they're obviously all afraid of her because like oh like if she catches them, she's like the one who's always out in the forest just like studying plants or whatever, and like that scares them because she's most likely to find them, and then because they've all seen her acting all crazy and weird and stuff, that would freak them out. She'd probably do something crazy if she found them, and they've already been hiding from humans for however many years they've been alive for. And so that also messes with Leo because he already just finds her kind of annoying. And yeah, I don't know. Again, she was super fun to write for, just like she is the bad guy without knowing it because she doesn't realize that she is causing so much grief for the main characters. So this is our theme. There's one bar of 5/8 or 5/4 mixed into it. I will not say where it is, but I'll probably start conducting just so I can hit it. So let's play Shida's theme, Feline. Named so because her glasses are like cat feline. I forget the name of them. They're like the shape is like cat sunglasses or something. Cat eyes. coming up on the bar. Oh, that was supposed to pause. So, anyway, yeah, so Feline, that was Sheeta's theme. And yeah, it was just supposed to be kind of fun. And then the last section, it gets a little like, it starts to unravel a little bit. That was supposed to be sort of like, oh, well, this is like her head, her mind is unraveling as she goes off into all these scientific, crazy speech things that she's talking about. Yeah, just a fun piece of music. I think I was trying to capture a lot of like lightheartedness with it. So that's what the pluck strings are for. And then yeah, pluck strings, sort of almost sinister sounding strings towards the end and the little jazzy bit, but not sinister in the sense of it being like dark and evil so much as just like her being silly and fun and weird. I feel like it fits her character quite well. Also, the order that I put these tracks in is not the order that I wrote them in, but it is how they would have been on the soundtrack, except for Feline. I think Feline might have gone last, but I felt like it should go first because it's not one of the main character themes. So speaking of which, let's get into the main character theme. So goodbye, Sheeta. We'll hide you. And let's bring Lucy on screen. So earlier I mentioned she's the insect girl, and now you can see her in her insect form. Look at her, look at her. She looks like this. She's got the antenna up on top that you can't really see because my background is dark. There, you can see her antenna, her wings. She's got giant bug eyes. I guess I could pull up her like human, like after she becomes a regular human sprite, but for now, let's leave it like this. She can do we still need Leo on screen? I feel like he is not contributing anything at this point. Yeah, you know what? We'll take him off. Goodbye. Okay, so Lucy, she is the insect girl. She's also 151 years old. A lot of these characters are old because the meteor shower that grants wishes happens every 150 years. And so she's like an ant. And she was like, I don't want to be an ant anymore. I want to be something flashy and cool and whatever. And then she turned into a humanoid butterfly slash firefly slash cricket girl with all these different forms, but she can't be an ant and she can't return to her colony, and everyone in her colony would be dead anyway. And that was the tragic backstory for her. And so it made her skittish because she's also super light. She's still like, I don't know, we didn't set an actual weight for her, but she like weighs nothing, basically. And so there's a gust of wind that blows her into Leo at one point. And that's where the unknown starts playing because she's trying to tell him, like, oh, I'm not a human. And then she gets blown into him by a tiny gust of wind. And then he braces for impact. And it feels like a piece of paper hit him. And that's where it's like, oh shit, she's not human. What is going on? Why does she weigh like a gram? So yeah, that is Lucy. So we'll just play her theme. She's also supposed to be, she's kind of supposed to be like a bubbly character, but because she's so jumpy all the time, it like makes her seem very like weird and skittish. Because she's like jumpy around humans, but like her actual personality is bubbly and fun. So, yeah, here's her theme, Compound Eyes. Uh, Sudden transition. Again, these are not soundtrack versions, so they don't fade out or end properly. Um, oh no, I'm out of water. I'll get some more later. Um, but yeah, so she, despite this is like her neutral look too, like the neutral expression. I could pull up, I guess, you know what? Yeah, let's see. What is her, what's like a happy looking Lucy? Um, oh, laughing. Okay, laughing Lucy. Oh, look at her. She's so cute. Okay, look, she's so happy and fun and yay. But yeah, so like she was supposed to be like one of the two more like upbeat, bubbly characters in the game, but it just oh, what is this? Oh, that's neutral again. A smile, just a regular little smile. Yeah. So this is her like when she's got like her bug eyes and like the antenna and the wings and stuff, and so like her eyes are really big. I guess it's hard to tell without a comparison, but if I pull up like say Leo, you can see her pupils are like ginormous compared to I mean like it's hard to tell again. But yeah, she's supposed to be like one of the more bubbly characters in the game. We just didn't get far enough into development to really explore that as much as we would have wanted to, I think, which is a shame, but I mean, it is what it is. Uh so yeah. Um but that was her like regular theme. So one of the other things about this game is that because I was the one directing it, I got to make all the choices about music and things like that. Uh, I wanted each character to have two themes. One that was just like the regular you see them during a normal experience, a normal time, and their theme starts playing, or like something that is tied to them, like just a place where their theme can play. So Lucy's is upbeat and fun, and it's like that one. But then they would also have a slow theme for more intimate scenes, more not intense necessarily, but I guess intense in the sense of like, we're having important conversations and things like that, trying to unpack things about you as a character that will help teach the player about them a little bit more and help uncover things about them that you may need for the rest of the game. And so for Lucy, her slow theme is Silken Wings, which I actually wrote before Compound Eyes. So Compound Eyes came later, but I think Silken Wings is the better sounding of the two. It's also got one bar of three or four mixed in with the other one. We'll see. I'll count it as we're going. So Silken Wings. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh god, I missed it. Ah. Again, just in that era where I was playing around with mixed time signatures, although this one very much less so than a lot of the previous ones that I played. But you can see how this melody is the same thing essentially, and then it's just obviously a lot more intimate, more intense in the sense of like things are like they're deepening their bonds and relationship and everything. And the writer who was writing this Lucy's route was actually a little bit. She didn't really like this part with the piano and the sax playing in, was it fifths? I think they're playing in parallel fifths right now, which is, you know, a big music writing no, but you know, who cares? Yeah, I remember her saying like she thought the vibe didn't quite fit because it gave it a sort of like not dark, but like an almost like weirdly mysterious, yeah, like I guess a mysterious darkness to it because it was like I guess it was like that. So it's in 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's in perfect fourths. Oh, that's in the perfect. Oh wait, yeah, it is. Yeah, and I can see where she's coming from because it would be, that would have been a minor diminished fifth, I guess. Or was it playing like that? Now I'm confusing myself. I can't remember what it was doing exactly. It doesn't seem like it sounded that dark. I guess it does give it a sort of like dark vibe to it that's a little bit weird. Yeah, because that's a minor third motion, a minor third walk around there. So two minor thirds played over top of each other. I guess it does make it sound a little darker than intended, but I don't know. I think it's okay. I would probably change it still. Like what she said does make a lot of sense. But yeah, it's fine. Definitely, I still think that version, the slow version, is better than the regular version of the theme, which kind of goes for most of the themes actually. But yeah, we'll keep going and just seeing how these play out. So the next one, oh, I should. So we can say goodbye to Lucy. Her thing is done. And next we have Rena. So that's her full body sprite, or I guess like to the knees body sprite. But we'll just zoom her in. So she's got a tail, she got ears. This is her neutral sprite. Usually she's a little more upbeat and bubbly and happy looking and stuff like that. Yay, okay. We'll leave her like that. So anyway, so let's play her theme, Curious Vixen. I think this was the first character theme that I wrote for this game, unless Feline came first, but either way, Rena, upbeat, bubbly fox girl, and this is her theme. How big was the team you worked with? Depends how you want to look at it. So initially, the original team was me. One, two, three. I guess there was five of us. Five of us to begin with. Four that kind of like stuck around consistently, and then we had a lot of people like come and go because again we started this project in 2014 and then I shut it down in 2019. So over those 5 years we had like multiple different like people come and go just because like life got in the way or things weren't working out with us and them. Just a lot of different reasons, so it's hard to say. Usually it was anywhere from four to I think at most we had 7 or 8 people, including the artist. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I can't think of the total number of people that were in the project total. I'd have to count them now if I'm thinking about it. Um, yeah, sorry, I was trying to make sure I could count everyone. So I think in total there were about somewhere between 13 and 15 people total that ended up working on the project just over the course of its lifetime. But the actual number of people at any given time was only between 4 to 7, maybe 8. Yeah, I think 8 might have been our peak if you count all the editors and the artist who was working with us. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say how big our team was at any given time, just because like the artist was on commission, so I was just contacting her when we needed a new character sprite and when we could buy, when we could pay her for her sprites. Um, we had writers coming and going. We had editors who were some were like kind of inactive, and others were like Iron, who was in chat earlier, was like our lead editor. um Kind of miraculously they just came out of basically came out of nowhere and was like, all right, you're coming in like very late into what this project is as it stands now. And it's like, yeah, that's a small team for a game with a script over 500,000 words. Yeah, so like I was saying, again, like all the writers, myself included, even though I didn't want to be a writer, we all met through fan fiction, which again is kind of nerdy and embarrassing to admit, but like we had all written stories of over like 100,000 words. So it seemed like when I brought up the idea of like how many words like would we all be comfortable with, we're all like, oh well, if we want to make this like the best story that we think we can make it, we're all comfortable writing like 100,000 words. up to 100,000 words, say. And then as we were trying to scale out the project and see like, okay, well, like, what are the things we want to accomplish with it? What are the story beats we want to hit? Um, yeah, it kind of like ended up playing out to being like 500,000 ish words, just based on like what we were talking about. I mean, yeah, what is it? I think if I were to pull up the script for the I don't have it on hand. Like I'd have to search for it, but like if I were to pull up the script for just the common route, so basically what was finished up until you end up on an actual like heroine's route, um the common route I alone was already I think a little over 100,000 words. Um and I think I'd say like 75% of that writing was me. It's not good writing. Like I've gone back and looked at it, and like at the time it seemed fine, and it's still like it's okay, especially for like a non-writer doing a very writing intensive project, but like it's not great. It's just a lot of words. And we did overhaul it at one point, but I don't think that overhaul ever made it to the public. So when I if I do end up playing this on stream at some point, it will be the updated version because I think I a couple weeks ago I just I looked through the script, tried to run it, fixed all the bugs, and it should run fine. Although I didn't get a chance to check everything. So yeah, but anyway, so back to the music though. That was Rena's regular theme, and again, it was the first one that I wrote. I really like it. I think it's a little bit repetitive with its patterns, which works really well in the context of like a visual novel. So it's like got the like oh, I don't know what these notes are. Something like that. That's not quite right. Just found the Lemmasoft forum demo. I might check it out in my free time. Sure, go for it. The biggest complaint is that the first uh actually I don't even remember how far that demo goes, but beta demo, but definitely I'll read it over this alongside the stream. Yeah, so that demo, I liked your theme a lot. It felt very whimsical. I was just smiling a lot listening to it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I had a lot of fun like writing it. I just think it's very repetitive, which kind of works as a background piece of music, but also like a character theme. But I think I would have liked to do a little bit more with the melody because overall the track itself is it says it's 3 minutes and 20, but it's really like 140 because it just repeats and changes the lead instrument to French horn in the second half, where it's a clarinet in the first. Yeah. But back to what George was saying, the demo. If I do play it on stream, it'll be the updated version, so it won't be the same. Because the biggest complaint I think from the beta testers was that it was incredibly long. Like the first like I guess 5 days. So like the common route covers like a 12-day period. I think it was 12 days, and the demo that we released only goes up to day 8. But those first 5 days were they dragged a lot. There's a lot of info, um, and not a lot of like interesting stuff happening quickly enough between scenes. So it was just like a lot of like boring dialogue stuff. And because it's a beta demo, there's not as many images as we would have liked to have it at. So I do have like the updated overhaul where we condense those first 5 days into like two. And I know our editor, Iron, they were really happy with the overhaul because it just like it captured basically everything we wanted to say in those first 5 days, and then yeah, just made it work. Um, so yeah. Anyway, so the first part was Curious Vixen. The slow version is Mother's Brush, which I also really like. Mother's Brush. it's called that because a fox's tail is apparently called a brush, and Rena has a very uh, complicated relationship with her now deceased mother. So yeah, this was a or not complicated. That makes it sound weird, but there's a complex relationship surrounding Rena and her relationship with, I guess, with humans and with her mother, who is now not around. And there's just a lot of info that it's hard to get into. So just know that, and that's why the track is called that. So let's go. Okay, so yeah, um, she is yeah. That's Rena's slow theme. Same again. In principle, all of these themes, they take the same melody from the the regular version of the theme and the slow theme are all like same melodies, but like I put them over maybe different instruments and like some different harmonies and things just to change them. Um, I make them fit a lot more with the intensity of what they're supposed to be. That one I liked a lot. It's a very, I think it's a good development on the regular theme, which is felt very repetitive, but Mother's Brush doesn't. I think because of the slower nature of it. When did I make Mother's Brush? That was November of 2018. Okay. So yeah, the next one. So we'll say goodbye to Rena for now. Goodbye. And next up, we have the themes for Seren, who is her. the mermaid character. So I guess I can leave like full body in because she's like half height the other characters since she only has half her body showing. Yeah. So she's like a pseudo secret. Like, I mean, I guess me showing her on stream is like, oh, spoiler again for a thing that's never going to be really released to the public. But yeah, you only kind of see like a shadowy version of her at one scene if you get that scene. Um, and then in the beta demo, it doesn't go far enough to actually see her in this form. But yeah, she's a mermaid. She got washed inland. So she's actually so unlike I guess I didn't mention. So Lucy earlier I said Lucy the bug girl. She is 151 because she actually touched the meteorite herself, wished to be flashy and whatever, and then she stopped being an ant. Rena is 15, 14, 15, something like that. Like she looks the same age that she is, essentially. And Seren is 17, around there. Um, so Rena and Seren didn't actually in the story they didn't touch the meteorite themselves. They are a result of it. Rena's we never actually explain, but that's part of the story because in the game as you progress into her route, Leo's kind of confused about how she came to be, and she's just like, I don't know, but doesn't matter. And like that's supposed to be kind of the point, is that he's all like, no, like what, like this doesn't make sense. Like you can do like all this stuff, and you're so like you want to know about humans and stuff, but like, aren't you more amazing? And she's like, am I? Because like this is just who I am. He's like, oh, but like regular foxes can't turn into humans, and he's like, oh, well, yeah, but I don't know anything about that. And then Seren, what was the like backstory? It was like there's a big backstory behind how mermaids came into existence, and that's how she became a thing, but she had nothing to do with the wish directly. Anyway, the backstory for her meeting Leo is that she got washed into the big saltwater lake that used to be a salt mine in the city that they live in during a tsunami that was like years ago. And she got stuck there with no way of getting out. Uh, yeah, so she's like a tragic heroine stuck to forever live in a lake, a big lake, but a lake nonetheless in the middle of the city. So yeah. So anyway, I'll play her theme. This is her neutral face. She's not smiling like Rena was. Lucy also doesn't smile for her neutral pose, but I put the smiling one. Uh yeah. Seren's a bit of a moody, angry girl until Leo gets to know her. And this theme is supposed to play after you've started to get to know her, because you don't even meet her until like basically the start of her character route. Also me attempting to write for a woodwind quintet, which is clarinet, oboe, flute, bassoon, and French horn. Ebb and flow is cute. Thank you. Woodwind supremacy, love to hear it. Yeah, you know it. I also forgot that also has meter changes. It's a 3/4 and it's a 4/4. I just remembered that at the end because the flute coming back in with the da 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 da, and it's like da 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 da. Oh wait, how does it start again? Da 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 da. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, do, 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 do. Yeah, there's a part where it switches to 4/4, and then that was the reason I needed to do the thing with the flute at the end so that it could naturally progress back into 3. I just remember like I was trying like I had to try so many things to get it to sound natural going back to 3 at the end. And it took quite a while. Um but yeah, so that was Ebb. So that again, that was the because her route is weird, you don't meet her in the common route. Um, this actually doesn't play until after the slow version, which you would think, oh, but isn't the slow version reserved for like the intimate moments? It's like, yeah, well, the whole point of the whole point of her character is that she doesn't want to reveal herself because she's the most wary of all the humans and everything because reasons. Uh, whereas the other girls can kind of pass themselves off as humans by hiding their animal bits and whatever, she can't really do that the same way that they do. So she stays hidden until the very end of the common route once you've gotten her path, and then once you're on her path, this would play. But we didn't get any of that written post common route, so uh, uh, this is what it is. So flow, I actually, because of that, ended up writing flow before ebb. So the melody, oh wait, this is only a minute long, which it should be much longer. Um, so flow is going to sound maybe a little more coherent because I think there's a nice little reference in the middle where it goes da 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 in ebb. That's the main reference for flow. Again, the melodies are the same in both, but it sounds a lot more similar to how flows does when we get to that slightly darker section in ebb. So anyway, here's flow, which is Seren's slow theme. Didn't need all those arpeggiated chords. Some of them could have just been flat, static chords. I remember I took a lot of inspiration from Xenoblade for this one. The what's it called? Aerith Sea. Yeah, I really wanted the harp to be an important element in her theme because, I mean, she's a mermaid and harps are, I mean, voice also, but I thought it would have been a little bit too in your face if I put in like a choral bit. So settled for the harp. I mean, I guess this is piano and harp doubling here. Okay, and that one almost sounds like it fades out, but then it doesn't because again it's a looping track. So um yeah. So again, like I think that one maybe has a bit more coherence to it, the slow version, just because again I did write it first, and whenever you try to write like a derivative track, um it can go one of two ways. I feel like it either ends up way more improved upon than the thing it's based on, or it sounds a little bit off from what the original was. It's very rare to write a track that like captures the same amount of consistency when you're trying to develop it in this way, at least, where it's like, okay, I want like a slow version of the same thing. Just because uh, unless you're writing the first version of whatever it is you're writing with that in mind, it's yeah, it just makes it a little bit harder to capture that same feeling or capture a different feeling with that same melody, for the most part melody, because you're not going to be copying the harmonies quite to the same degree that you would the melody. um and yeah, I think this definitely the slow version for that one works a lot better. Um, whereas this next one, which is, I guess I'll pull her up now. So goodbye to Seren and hello to Ash, the tree spirit girl. I remember design wise, she seemed to be a lot of the beta testers' favorites, and from a storytelling perspective, what they were able to see of her in the beta was the most interesting. But again, she did also have the super over dramatic scene with the music. But yeah, speaking strictly design wise and story wise, she seemed to be the favorite. But yeah, her what should I say about her? She is 320 years old because she is a tree. So she is a 20-year-old tree, or she looks about, so supposed to look about 20-ish, and then the meteorite struck her tree and split her spirit from her body, because she, as a tree, wanted to be able to move around and experience the surroundings, I think is the story that we had. I actually kind of left this, so the guy who was in chat before, not earlier today, but the last stream that I did, Drew, he was the writer um for Ash. And yeah, it was like she got split. She wanted to move around, but she has to stay close enough to her body that she doesn't just die straight up. Um, so she's been around for like 300-ish years. She knows all the other girls except she knows all the girls except for Seren, and Seren same thing. Knows all of them except for Ash, and then the other three know each other, know everyone amongst the five main girls. The only reason, so Ash and Seren didn't know each other because the lake doesn't connect to the forest, and the forest is as far as Ash can go. So, yeah. But anyway, the idea behind Ash is that she is very knowledgeable. She knows how to read. She likes reading. She's sleepy and a bit of an airhead, but like not like she's smart, but she doesn't have a sense of direction, and she doesn't quite understand things to the same in the same way that humans do, but she's the only one who's had like extensive interaction with humans in like a normal way because aside from the fact that she lives in the forest, she basically seems like a normal human person to everyone who runs into her. So she has had human interaction, whereas all the others are kind of like freaked out by everything that goes on surrounding humans and the like. So anyway, her regular theme was also written after her slow theme. The regular theme is just kind of capturing the ditziness of her, so it's called Nemui Otome, which is Sleepy Maiden. So yeah, let's just give it a listen. It's her sleepy ditziness. She is not a ditz, but the sleepiness of her makes her silly sometimes. And yeah, pretty short. That piano line. What is it? So it's just a B major, and then I know it's like a weird diminished chord or something after. Not diminished. Augmented maybe? No, that's not. No. Ah, there we go. It's a yeah, it is a wait, is it a diminished? Oh yeah, it is a diminished. Okay. Yep, diminished chord. Yeah. So just like I don't know. I think I stole that actually from a Little Witch Academia thing. A Little Witch Academia track that plays that similarly, but that is the true nature of an artist to steal. And now with that out of the way, we'll leave Ash on a worried face because stealing is bad unless you're an artist, in which case stealing is good. So what is next? Oh yeah, so the next one is her slow theme, which is again I wrote the slow theme before I wrote that the regular theme, which is why I think it's so short, because it was hard to capture the theme in a good way. Also, it had a weird chord progression, the regular theme. Yeah, just like there's a weird chord progression in there. I couldn't figure it out properly. So again, that's it. That is also something I would like to revisit at some point in the future. But let's play her slow theme, which is Mori no Kokoro, Heart of the Forest. With an Arhu taking the lead, the Chinese violin. Oh, and it just goes again so it can loop properly. Okay, I also just caught this. Slither's intro is actually just a 10-second intro, so the rest of the track is in the loop. Yes, and it's very long for a specific reason uh, that will become apparent when it starts playing. So anyway, so yeah, that was one of the earlier themes that I wrote. I think I wrote it after Rena's theme, so this slow Ash theme. But yeah, I wanted to play around with an Arhu, and then I also added in the bells, the sleigh bells, to make it a little more spiritual sounding, and I think it worked out nicely there. So let's hide Ash because we're moving on to the next girl, which is Mara, the resident Mean girl. So not even a Tsun character, just like straight up kind of mean. Uh, she is 150 something ish years old. Uh, she also made a wish same time as Lucy did because two stones fell to the earth. And she was, because of her appearance looking like a snake, she was abandoned by all the people that she wanted to be like and be around. That made her distrust humans and start to hate them. But she does go out into human society the most, because deep down she still craves that interaction, and that was the story for her. And we had an amazing writer for her route, uh, who unfortunately she had to leave the project because she just had a lot of other stuff going on. And that was like the saddest day. I want her to insult me. She would too. She was that kind of character. Let me change her to angry face. Or wait, no, I'll change her to mean smile. Oh wait, that's not with the tail though. We want to keep the tail so that you can be spoiled. Mean smile. Ah, that's not the one that I was thinking of. Hold on. We need the best. We need her best face because her regular theme is actually. Do we want angry? Nah, nah, not the angry face. Is it laughing? No, that's a regular laugh. Worried, angry, mean smile. Oh, mean laugh. There we go. There you go. She will insult you all you want, DeFuzz. But yeah, so she's like a mean character because she's built up walls to make herself to protect herself. And the whole idea is to sort of like break down those walls and make her feel better, except that at the beginning you are afraid of her because she's mean, and also you've seen her kill like multiple animals because she needs to eat. Um Anyway, so her theme. Apparently it sounds very Banjo-Kazooie-esque, which I kind of agree. I think it's just the way that the clarinet and the bassoon kind of blend together that make it sound almost like Grunty's theme, kind of. So yeah, let's play Mara's theme, her first regular theme, which is called Slither. It is very long because there's a violin solo in it, and then the second time it plays, it doesn't have that. So let's go. Also, I have no idea how difficult those double stops would be to play on the violin. I just remember trying to imitate something similar to what I'd heard in the, it's like the Haruhi live concert, like orchestral concert, the Suzumiya Haruhi concert. And I guess he's a virtuoso, like, violinist, the soloist. He just plays, like, some amazing, like, double stops. So I was just like, I could write something like that, but I have no idea how playable it is. Vibe change. Tonal shift. Yeah, I just remember I had like a ton of fun writing her theme, but then it was so hard to make a slow version for it because I was like, this is not a melody that lends itself very well to, like, I mean, the kind of music that it should be for a slow theme. Now we get a repetition, but this time it won't have the long violin solo in the middle of it, so there is a different transition that I don't know how well it works. I still go back and forth on it sounding fine and it being a little bit jarring. Definitely a contender for number one, hey? Yeah, those double stops at that speed, I don't know how playable they are, but I think I made sure that they were playable, but at this speed, probably only like a virtuoso could do it. Reminds me of a game called Don't Starve Together. If I added this track to the game, it would fit perfectly in it. I don't think I know that game. Yeah, that transition... Yeah, I'm on the fence about it. It's okay. Don't Starve Together. I feel like I've heard the title, but I don't know the game, so I couldn't judge it. I just know the first time I shared it with the team, the writer for Ash just said it like Banjo-Kazooie vibes, which I can totally hear. Okay, so yeah, it definitely has Don't Starve vibes. I hear the Banjo-Kazooie too. I think it's still really distinct though. Yeah, I mean like I think a lot of what I had so much fun doing with this one was like there's a lot of character in that particular theme. Not to say that I think the other ones don't have character, but this one is very distinct, especially in setting itself apart from the other characters' themes. Because the other girls, um, I mean, they're different from each other personality wise, like quite different, but they all fit the sort of like uh I don't even know how to put it best. I guess she's the only one. Mara, the snake girl here, is the only one who is like actively like, I dislike you and I'm going to keep you close because I need to keep an eye on you to make sure you don't ruin our lives. And if it starts looking like that, then I'll like kill you type of thing. Whereas the other girls are all just like, I'm going at worst, it's like Seren being like, "Don't come near me. I'm going to avoid you, just like I've avoided everyone else." Um, so yeah, there's a lot of different character to her that I wanted to capture. I will say that this theme, her theme is a hard fit into the game though, because like it is quite intense and like there are a lot of scenes where she'll be like badgering badgering the main character and stuff, making fun of him or like belittling him and stuff like that. But also, these scenes, like when you're reading them, they don't go for that long. When she's being all like mean and stuff to him, it's just like it'll usually be like a few lines at most where they'll go back and forth, and then yeah, and then it switches, but I always felt weird like programming it in to have this track play for just like what's essentially like a few seconds to read, and then it switches to something else. But then it also felt even weirder to leave it in over just like regular dialogue. So there needed to be a bit of a balance. I think I just needed some more than like needing to change what this track itself was. I think I just needed to write more music that could fit into more general scenes, or at least work with these other scenes a little bit better than the actual character themes did. Um, but yeah, no, this one was a lot of fun. I don't think I had any specific inspiration while I was writing it. I just remember I started with the bassoon doing that little what is it? That those aren't the right notes, but yeah, it's those. So it's like a D. It's a semi-chromatic D run up. Um, and yeah, that was sort of the start of it. And I just kind of went from there, gave it through on a few other instruments, and yeah, I will, I guess, check out Don't Starve Together. At the very least, just watch some gameplay footage or something, because I like, yeah, I'm not familiar with it, but if it sounds like this, then that seems very cool. Um, I guess I'll play the last two tracks and then see how we're feeling, because we've been going for almost the same amount of time as last time, for just over 4 hours now. Um, so let's play Shed, which is her slow theme. Let's also change the face, because this is not the right face for Shed. CST. Mean smile. Nothing. Neutral. Ah, the regular smile, which she doesn't show much, but she does, and then it's very wholesome. Just the regular smile. Okay, so Shed is the slow theme, so let's go. Not it's all right. It's not definitely not as good. Doesn't have as much character as Slither, but yeah. nice little effect here with a wall. I mean, I like that. I remember adding that in, and it was like, oh, that's nice. Okay, so yeah, I mean, like, there's not a ton to say about um, her slow theme. You get the idea. It's more of a emotional, intimate setting type of track. Using the same melody. I think I chopped up the melody and used it a little bit differently than it plays out straight in Slither, just because I couldn't figure out the best way to sort of piece it all together the same way. So it's a little bit different. It's not a one-to-one, just like a slower version with different instruments. But yeah, um, I think I would bring down the levels of this the muted strumming just because it is quite loud. I think without the headphones on, it sounds about right, but with the headphones on, it comes out quite a lot, so I would definitely bring those down. Um, but yeah, I mean, I feel like when it played in the scenes where it did, it sounded all right because it just sounds like a more standard sort of background track piece of music where again, Slither I had a little more trouble trying to fit that in everywhere, but it is what it is. And then finally, so the last track that we have on this soundtrack, that at least of the finished tracks, because again, this game never finished, but just think of it this way, there's like 30 something tracks and it's an hour and 20 minutes of music for an unfinished soundtrack, so that's already kind of a big thing. But yeah, Hoshi no Koete, Beyond the Stars is it's the ending credits. Ending credits track. I think I added the credits into the game, but I don't remember. I'd have to test it again, and I haven't done that in a long time. So for now, it is just it's what would play during the credits. If there is a credit scene, if there isn't one, then there is nothing. I think it might be in the beta. The beta might have a credits scene, uh, just to cut things off where it did. But yeah, so I guess since it's the credits, we can't just have Mara up here by herself. We'll bring in all the main girls, the heroines. So Lucy, you can go here. Rena, you are super zoomed in. Scale you down and bring you forward, actually. Something like that. Seren. Something like that. Ash. You're also too big. Oh no, I left her on the worried Ash. Let's change that. Change you to neutral. Neutral's good. No, we'll change you to laughing. Laughing. And we'll get Mara. Mara doesn't look right with that expression here. She needs to be mean laughing again. Where's your mean laugh? No, no, with the tail. Mean laugh, mean laugh. There we go. And we'll make Rena laugh too, actually. CETD laughing. Anyway, I'll play the music actually. I don't know why I stopped that. But yeah, I'll just play this. It's the credits theme. So here we go. This was really inspired by one of the pieces of music from when Marnie was there. Omoide no Marnie, the Ghibli movie. Amazing soundtrack. And not even Hisaishi Joe. I can't remember. It was Yonebayashi? Or was that the director? I can't remember now who the composer for it was. That is the credits track. Um, yeah, definitely. It was inspired a lot by one of the Omoide no Mani uh, tracks. I can't remember the title of it, and honestly, I should not have forgotten, but I have forgotten who the composer for that movie was. I guess I could look it up, but I can't be bothered to do that. It's easy enough to look up. Great composer, and yeah, just I wanted to capture like the nice sort of like ebbing and flowing vibes, because it felt like it fit with what I was going for with this game. I don't know if you guys could really hear the tone consistency that I was trying to go for, but I feel like it was quite sort of fantasy-ish in a slice of life setting. So it fits like a normal setting, but then there are elements to the soundtrack that are like they're fantasy. They seem a little more, yeah, I mean, I guess the best word for it is supernatural, a little more just a little more than what like a normal slice of life track would be, because like if it was just a normal high school setting with normal people in a normal like sort of romancy type of thing, I don't think I would have written music like this. It would have sounded probably closer to what I was playing earlier from the Barakara soundtrack. And so, yeah, I definitely feel like I was trying to go for something consistent, even if I wasn't consciously like thinking about it as I was writing all this music. And so that is the end of those two soundtracks. So those are probably like I want to say like the biggest unfinished projects that I was working on, because Barakana went on for I think 2 or 3 years before it died, unfortunately. And then this one went on, as I've mentioned a few times now, it went on for 5 years before we had to just call it quits because uh, we weren't getting any work done. I was trying to, but then I was burning out because I didn't want to be a writer. And then I ended up having to be a writer when our the writers that we had started dropping out. And so ultimately, we ended with the same original four people we started with, plus Iron, who was Again, just a lifesaver on that project. But yeah, I've often thought about like going back and like trying to uh finish it to a degree that it could at least be playable to public, but um there's a lot of things I would change about I guess some of the what were core elements of the game. Like there was a whole club system where it's like, oh, which school club are you involved with? And then you choose one, and that would affect like a whole bunch of different things. And I would just entirely get rid of that, but that would require another like big script overhaul. So that would just be a lot of work that I don't think I could find the time to put in to rewrite on top of then also finishing the story. Um, so yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to finish this unless there's some miraculous way in which I can retire and have fun writing again. But I haven't enjoyed writing for such a long time now that it wouldn't even matter. Um, so yeah, but let's get rid of all of that because, you know what, I'll leave the logo up for a second, but I'll actually, you know what, I'll leave up these characters for a bit too. Um, I need to grab some water because my throat is dying. So I will grab some water and then go to the bathroom and then come back. And there's a few like non-soundtrack related tracks that I kind of want to go over, like play through. I'm still feeling okay. I don't know how you guys are. I guess you this is like definitely 100% second monitor type of stuff, and I'm okay with that because I'm not doing anything visually other than just showing off characters, but the next part of the stream is not going to have characters to show off. So, yeah. I'm gonna take off for a second, and then I'll be back, and then I will queue up the next few songs, or I guess they're not songs, just the next few tracks to play on stream. Actually, just kidding. I changed my mind. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm going to actually queue up the next three, and then I'll be back before they finish, but I'll be back before the first one goes, but these. Whoa. Okay. Let me delete that. I will post the two things that got me noticed on YouTube in the first place. First one from 2016, second from 2018. The last one didn't really get me any attention, but it was kind of riding off the high of the second one here. So yeah, and these three tracks are actually on my old YouTube channel, which is in the description of all my videos. It should be in the description of this stream as well. Um, I actually don't know what the description of this stream says. I forgot to check, but oh well, I can always edit that later. But yeah, so this is an orchestral arrangement I did of Porter Robinson's Shelter, followed by an orchestral arrangement of the Family Mart jingle, which is like a 3 second jingle turned into a 3 minute and 17 second song, or not song, but orchestral track. And then Final Family, which is the same thing but in a darker version. So I'll play that while I'm in the bathroom, and then yeah, we can talk about it when I get back. 10,000 and 40,000 is impressive for both tracks. I mean, I didn't even realize what number they were at because I never check my old channel anymore. Oh, actually, I'm forgetting another track that I had. That the actual first one that I posted ever on YouTube. I don't know if I have it as like might be under movies actually. So yeah, I remember like oh, actually I'm gonna play this one first. But yeah, when I first posted that Shelter one, I just remember when I heard it of it, like I just kind of like I think I was only about like what 2 or 3 years into even watching anime, so like when I saw it, it was like, oh, this is cool. Anything anime related is cool. And then it was like a Porter Robinson thing, who I had heard of him, but I didn't really know any of his music at that point. And then I was like, oh, this is a really cool track. And then in the video, there's a nice little string quartet thing at the end, which I basically just put straight into the this arrangement. But I remember searching for like orchestral versions of the track, and there were versions of it, but they were either one not orchestral, they were just like they had like a violin in it, but like it was basically just the track, but a less good version because it wasn't the official track. It was just like someone else trying to remake the same thing and then just throwing a violin or something in there and being like orchestral version. Or it was like people who like made their own cool versions of it, but it didn't sound really like Shelter. It was just like it was like their own spin on something inspired by Shelter, which is cool in its own right, but it wasn't what I was trying to find. So I was like, well, I could always try writing this arrangement, and then I did, and then it got a lot more attention than I was expecting it to. Um, because again, this is like I mean, this next track that's about to play, the Venus Lighthouse piano arrange, is my actual first post on YouTube ever. Um, when did I make this? That's how old it is. I don't even know. And it doesn't even have that. Oh wait, no, it does have the info. 2015. That seems new. Newer than what I remember it being, but yeah, it looks like it was from 2015. And I will actually pull up the score too so that you guys can follow along with it. Maybe I should make myself small for that again. Hang on a sec. Insert. Window capture. Whoa, that's too big. That is not big enough. Why are you not showing the sidebar? Thumbnails. Search rank. Done. It is not showing me what I want it to, and I don't know why. Yes, show that. Okay, sure, that'll work. Whatever. Preview Venus Lighthouse. Score. Wow, that was not supposed to show up right away, and not at that size either. So let's, you know what, yeah, we'll make this big, like so. That's big enough. If you want to follow along, there's like an actual YouTube video that I have following the score. Again, it's the very first upload on my old channel. Do you need to see me? Yeah, you know what? Let's have me. Let's just paste me. Make me small boy. Okay. And yeah, I'll just be here. Or here, I'll be the album artwork that doesn't exist. Cool. Okay, so, let me see. Okay, so, yeah, let's play this one. I'm still surprised that this one got as many views as it did, because, again, I was not a YouTuber. I was not anyone at the point that I uploaded this. 2015, what was I doing? I was second year, April of 2015. I was just finished my third year of uni, I guess. Finished my first year 2013, so that would be second. Yeah. So just finished my third year of uni, second year of music, as a music student. So yeah. Anyway, let's play this. So this is the Venus Lighthouse piano range. This is, I guess, when Golden Sun was still somewhat relevant, because enough people were obviously searching to find it and enjoy the music. So here we go. By the way, I cannot play this. I don't think I've ever even tried to play this. It is definitely playable. I know I made sure of that when I was writing, but I have just never attempted it. Oh, and then 11-8 for no reason. But it sounds right. Oh, an 11-8, just so brutal. Throwing in the victory theme there. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh, I mean, you don't need to screenshot it. If you go to the video on my old channel, there's a link to a PDF. Like, you can just download it. I'm pretty sure it's still in my Google Drive and public to everyone if you want the score itself. Yeah, I mean, I can probably find a link to it as well and just post it in here. I'll check it out then. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, I'll just go directly into my Google Drive for a second. It's definitely in here, right? Oh, there it is, Venus Lighthouse. Full score. I mean, it's just one piano thing, but share. Anyone with the link, copy link. Out, yes. I don't know if I can. Okay. I don't know if that'll work. I can never remember if Google or if YouTube allows links, but it is a Google Drive thing. So if you want that, there it is. Anyway, let me close out of this because yeah, that's yeah, no worries. Like, that one was never meant to make me any money or anything. I did that as a student. But yeah, I've never even tried to play. Actually, no, that's a lie. I have tried to play it. I don't think I ever have played it, but there have been attempts. So let's see. Oh, not the camera video. Why? Show me. There we go. Yes, get rid of you, get rid of you, little me. But yeah, I think back then Golden Sun was still somewhat of a living thing. I guess is the best way to put it. It's completely dead at this point. I think Dark Dawn, I don't even remember when Dark Dawn came out, 2008, 2009, something like that. So that was the most recent iteration of a Golden Sun thing, and that it's been basically dead long since then. So yeah, but that's all right. Or I mean, it's not all right. I wish they would bring it back, but there's not much we can do about it. That whole team is like disbanded and left Camelot, so. But kind of back to what I was saying about Shelter. So that Venus Lighthouse arrangement that I wrote is basically the only type of thing that I was finding for Shelter orchestral arrangements, other than the things that were pretending to be orchestral arrangements and just weren't. Um, so it was like, because I can probably find, actually, you know what? I will find the Golden Sun soundtrack because I know I have it on my computer. Music, Golden Sun. G-O, Golden Sun soundtrack. Venus Lighthouse. It's probably in the latter half of the game. There it is. Here, I'll just play a little bit because I think game soundtracks can go in here without being such an issue. So, play. So that is what the actual track sounds like. Hopefully, YouTube does not destroy me for playing 15 seconds of a game soundtrack. It's a piece of music that doesn't even have an official soundtrack release. But that's all I'm gonna play of it. Golden Sun goes kind of hard. Oh yeah, it does. It does not even kind of hard. It goes hard. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't mean to start that, but yeah. So anyway, that was what I did. I had originally planned to like do an orchestral arrangement of the whole soundtrack or like a piano arrangement or something, and then I just never got around to it. And by the time I was seriously considering it, someone had already did it, and like I don't think they ever finished it either. Like I think multiple people have tried to and just not ever done it, but there's a guy on YouTube, I think he's called like T&A. um he just does like orchestral arrangements of a lot of game soundtracks and stuff, but like he's done Golden Sun stuff and he actually fully writes out all of the scores and everything because he's I think he's like a professional arranger and composer. So I'm like, yeah, this guy can do it way better than I could in my spare time. So I'm just gonna let him I'm gonna let him be happy with his work, and I will just leave I will leave that project of mine dead at Venus Lighthouse Piano Range. Uh, so yeah. Next up we have Family Quest, which was my first like big, I guess. I mean, I guess I can't say it was my big viral hit because relatively speaking, Venus Lighthouse hit what some thousand within the first like month of it being active. So like some thousand views, which was crazy. My second the Shelter, I mean Shelter's sitting at 10,000 ish right now, and I don't remember how quickly it hit that, but it got a lot of views all at once. And then Family Quest just like relatively speaking exploded because for I remember when it hit like 20,000 views, and I was just like, this is insane. Like this is like the third video I've ever posted on YouTube. But I think I have the orchestral score for this because I wrote it out. There's just no dynamics on it. Let's see. Scores. Um, Family Quest. Oh, but I don't have it as. No, I definitely do. Oh, it's a patron thing. It's a Patreon thing. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, you know what? That's okay. I can share one patron score for people who are not patrons. If I can find it, actually. Family Quest. Oh, there we go. If I can even show it, actually, because this is... Oh, you are not going to be able to read that. Okay, never mind. If you want to follow along with that, you need to go become a patron of mine, because even if I put it on screen, it's a full orchestral score. So like each thing is only like this. Yeah, each staff is only about like this big. So I'll just play the track and you can follow along. Or listen along, not follow, because I'm not showing it. then cool piano bit. Fully inspired by Wolf Children, this piano bit. I don't know why this app insists on showing tempo info instead of the title of the tracks, but it does, and I can't find a setting to change that so that it shows the title instead of the tempo, and I have tried. Tempo. Display. Oh, wait, hold on, I'm not looking at the right thing. Tempo. That's not what I want to show. Why do you only show tempo? Display. Okay, I don't know. It doesn't matter. You can see the titles in the thing. So yeah, Family Quest. That one kind of blew up. I'm assuming people know what the Family Mart jingle sounds like. If not, it is just anytime you walk into a Family Mart, the jingle is. So it's just that, but it's like I guess it sounds more digital. It's not like a piano or anything. It's just like a little 8-bit thing. There is a bass line too, but I don't think I've ever actually listened to what it is. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Yeah, I don't know what the bass line for the Family Mart jingle is. I'd have to listen to it, and that can wait for another time. If I ever make a third one, I think I said I was going to make a third one, and then I just never have. I knew what it was gonna be and everything. I think I've even got. Yeah, I'll like show the picture after, but I've even got like a. I made like a thumbnail, or not a thumbnail, but like a an image for the video for it and everything, and I just never ended up making it. So now we have a Final Family, which is a more intense version of another take on the Family Mart theme. This one didn't really pop off the way that Family Quest did, but I also didn't expect it to because uh, Family Quest looks like the Family Mart logo, whereas this one looks like Final Fantasy, which was the idea, and it was supposed to run off of the popularity of Family Quest, but yeah, it just didn't happen. Most of the time when I try and run off the popularity of something I've done before, the second video doesn't do that well, or at least it doesn't do as well as the original. So anyway, here's Final Family, where most people have not heard it. Much more dramatic. October 20th, 2019, so almost exactly 5 years ago is when I finished writing this. I can't even remember what time signature this is in. I think it's 5? Or maybe this part isn't. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this isn't 5. This part sounds nice. This part was hard to write, I remember, because I was insistent on making it in 5 for no apparent reason. And then Final Fantasy right at the very end. Yeah, no, I remember that part being like super hard to write just because for no reason at all, I insisted on making sure that I wrote that part in 5. So it's in 5/8, it's like dugga 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 dugga. So it's like 1 and 2, 1 E and a 2 E, 1 E and a 2 E. 2E, 1E and a 2E, and 1E and a 2E and a 1E and a 2E and a 3E and a 4E and a 5E and yeah. So it's something like that. It's like I remember like getting that part down was okay, but it was actually the main jingle melody was really hard to write in 5 over top of that because it's how does that work? It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So in half speed that would be. I don't know. Yeah, it was hard to write, and then it was hard to fit the melody to it, but we made it work. And I don't know. I think like Final Family is actually like a big improvement on Family Quest, but also uh it just like it didn't reach as wide an audience, which isn't like my main concern, especially not with these tracks. Oops, didn't mean to move that. Oh no, go back. Oh no, go back. No, stop. Go back. Okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, my concern was never to like make it reach as wide an audience as Family Quest like miraculously did. But yeah. And then the third one that I already had a title for and kind of knew how I wanted to write it was this one here. Let me just pull up the picture. I remember making all these these like album covers before I had Photoshop, so it was actually really hard to make them. This is what the third one was gonna be. It was going to be Kingdom Hearts. Um, and I had a whole idea for the start of it. It was gonna open up really softly and like with a bunch of woodwinds because woodwind supremacy. And then yeah, I don't know. I just never got around to actually sitting down and writing it. I think part of it was that Final Family was such a, it took a lot out of me. And then because I was just doing them for fun, it was like, oh man, do I even wanna write another one? And I do. I still do want to write this third one, but it's just like, man, I have so many other things that I need to do. I don't think I'm ever going to get around to it. Not in a reasonable amount of time, at least. So, yeah, unfortunately, if you're waiting for the sequel on that one, you're going to be waiting for quite a while longer. So, is there anything else that I want to show off? Because we've been going for a while. You know what? We can keep going. Let's see. So that kind of ends all of these. Yeah, that kind of ends the like non-soundtrack, non-work related ones. What else could we show? I could show something that's kind of, it's not even bad. It was just like not interesting and so there was a guy who wanted me to write music for his project, but he had nothing to show for it and he kept asking me to do things and I was like, "Okay, bro, at some point you're gonna have to show me something about your project other than telling me it's fantasy and that there's a lot of power and stuff involved because I don't know what this is about and I don't know how to write the music for it." And he's like, "Okay, I'll get back to you." And then he never did. So the project died clearly. But here's the main theme for some character from a game that's just called The Four Elements. I think I was writing a lot of piano music around this time too. This is from last opened January 1st of 1904. I don't think so. This is from 2018. You compose professionally now. No, I wish. Um, ooh. No, so, um, how should I put it? I've been applying for Japanese companies and stuff while I'm over here. Because my plan was always to come here on the JET program because I didn't have the Japanese skills to start applying to companies from back home. So I figured I'd come here. While I'm living here, my Japanese will just naturally get better, which it has. And then I would start applying to companies. The problem is that I didn't enter a Japanese music company right after leaving university. And so one of their big things is like, oh, well, you are beyond the age of like 22, or I guess you're beyond the age of 24, so you should have already had experience within the industry. It's like, well, I have freelance experience that's like, I have 13 years of freelance experience writing music. Um, but to companies over here, freelance doesn't really mean anything because they still don't recognize freelance work as work. Um, so yeah, no, I haven't been able to even get to an interview stage with any music companies. My plan is to once my tenure as a teacher finishes, is to go to school if I can't get into a company before then. So I'd probably start school in spring of 2026. Um, yeah, and then that would basically just be to get into school, it'd serve as like a nice refresher on like how to do composition stuff, and then especially learning all the terminology and everything in Japanese at a Japanese school would be good for me. And then they would just help me get a job in the last year of school, and then ideally I would be in a company and be able to like figure out how to do things from there. So yeah. No, I do get paid for composition work though. Like I do take commissions and I'm actually working on two projects. I mean, technically two. I mean, or sorry, it's really only two projects, but it's technically like five because one of them is just a series of games. The other one is just one singular game on its own. But the series is all like kind of being done simultaneously. I don't know which tracks go with which game in the series, so it's just like this music will appear at some point in this series. So yeah, I am getting paid for that. And if we're actually speeding towards those tracks now because we're in 2019 in terms of the music that I have written, and there's only so many projects that I've worked on, so we might get to that before this stream ends, and then I will just do something else for the next stream that I end up doing. Maybe play that visual novel, but yeah, for right now, I'm not technically a professional. I am just getting paid freelance, if that makes sense. Uh, so yeah, this track is With Stars in Our Eyes. Actually, it is for a game that at the very least it has a demo released on Steam. Let me see. I never played it because I have a Mac, so there are so many games that I just don't get to experience because of that. Um, Let me share this window though. Give me 1 second here. Okay, browser. Oops. Should not be showing that. So let's see. The game. Ah, there it is. There it is. I don't know if I can show if it'll show anymore though. Probably not. But that is the game that this next track is from, and it was just a demo. Like the guy never actually ended up making the full game for it, but my track did make it into the I guess the demos credits scenes, and it's like the only comments that people make about the music are that like other that like it's all generic except for this one track that I wrote, and I was like, yes, I made an impact on this mediocre demo game that will never actually receive a full-on thing of its own. Um, so yeah, there's that. I did that. So I'll play the track. It was just a credits track. I don't have a PDF of the score, so I can't share that, unfortunately, but there is a score for it. Not that it matters because I don't think you guys are going to care about it that much. And actually, while this is playing, I'm gonna set up the other light because it's starting to get dark out. Oh wow, perfect timing. I came back right as it finished. I don't really remember enough about that to say anything. It was just like, "Can you write a piano piece for me?" And I said, "Yes, I can. What do you want it to sound like?" And he was like, "Just make it sound nice. It's a credit scene track." And I was like, "Okay." Um, and then, oh, actually, I do remember he said one thing. He was like, "Make sure that you don't like." He didn't want it to separate too much from like the highs from the lows, so he didn't want me to be doing a lot of like stuff up here and then other stuff down. Yeah, he didn't want me to doing stuff like that, so um and so I was kind of like, okay, well, I need to be defiant in some way. For no reason. I was just like, okay, well, I'm going to go up and down the keys like as much as I can, but I'm going to keep the hands together so that it flows. That's an oddly specific requirement. Yeah, I don't know why that was his requirement. He just said like, yeah, I want it to feel like it's coherent, so please keep the notes close to each other. And I was like, all right, sure, whatever. So, anytime it went high, I had like both hands up here doing stuff. So I was like, what does this even what did it even sound like it? Yeah, I can't remember. Now I need to go back and listen because I wasn't listening while it was playing. Ah, it's that. Yeah, so I was like, I don't remember what the notes were, but so my hands are like right next to each other here. You can see, and it's like these aren't the notes, but it's like, you know, roughly around here. And then even when it goes down low, there was another section that was like do 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 do. So most of the time, like everything was within like an octave and a half of itself, so that my hands were always together. But I was like, I am being very defiant of you by going way up and down the keyboard because that, yeah, I mean, I guess I probably also thought like that's a weird requirement to just not split things up, I guess, because it shouldn't affect anything, uh, at least unless I'm trying to convey something specific. But if you don't want me to do it, sure, whatever, I'll try and see what I can do. And yeah, I mean, it kind of worked. Um, so there's those two. Were there any others that did not see the light of day? Oh, well, I mean, this is not for a visual novel. It was just, I was gonna make like a free loop pack for people that were making, that had projects that they were working on, because I was like, I guess I can share this. I don't really care. Like, I'm not gonna, because I think I joined a class, like one of those online classes that it was just like, uh, learn how to write music for video games. I was like, I've already been doing that, but okay, I will take a refresher course on it. And I only did the first module, and then I was like, I already know how to do this. Um, so I think it was just write a piece of music for flute and piano or something, or guitar or something. I can't remember what these instruments are now. I'll just put them in and play it. But even then, it was supposed to be like a beginner's composition course. And then I went in and was just like, key change. I need key changes, I need complexity, so that I am better than all the other people in this beginner's course. Like, kind of dumb, but like, hey, it was what it was. I feel like it's way harder to learn to make video games from a course than just making a game. I mean, uh, making a game, I have no idea. Back in the day, I think when I was still in uni, I messed around in like RPG Maker a little bit, but I didn't know how to do any of the more intricate coding bits, so my game didn't work. But I mean, I don't really care about like making a game. I just want to make the music for it. If I can write a story would be cool to write. Like, I don't want to write the script, but writing a story would be kind of cool because I do enjoy put it like piecing stories together, but I don't want to be the one to actually write how it all flows together because I'm not good at that. And I have no ambition to get better at it. Like, it's not like I wouldn't like to, but I don't care that much enough to, and I know that there are people who have trained to do that and are just naturally already good at it. So I don't, yeah, personally I don't care enough. Um, okay, well, I guess I can play some of this stuff, which is not even really for a visual novel that never saw the light of day. It was another thing, like randomly while drunk in the middle of the night, I was like, I'm gonna, I guess, to go off the conversation that I was just having, I was like drafting out a scenario for a story, and then I was like, this could be fun as like a, not even like a visual novel in the sense of like where you make choices and change the outcomes of things, just like a novel, but like with a kinetic novel is what they're called. Like, it's a visual novel, but you don't make any choices. Um, and so I was like, okay, well, let's draft this out. And then I ended up in that one night of me being drunk, wrote out an entire script uh that is like, oh, if I just got an editor to like to go over this and make it sound good, and then found like an artist and a coder, I could easily have like just publish this thing. But I've never gone out of my way to do that because I think it would take too much time and money and resources that I don't want to spend, I guess. So let me see. What are these tracks called? Okay. Well, let's just load these up. So I think this is the first one. That's May 25th. That's also May 25th. Small time. 5th. They're both okay. I wrote them both at the same time. I don't know which one is which. Okay, this is the menu, and this is... Oh, that's also a menu. Okay. Two iterations of the same menu theme for this made-up kinetic novel that will probably never come into existence, but there is a full entire script written for it. I think one of these is a menu theme, and the other one was supposed to play over like a narration opening video before the menu theme or something, or before the menu opens. So these are from 2020, and the last draft here is from 2022. But yeah, I just never worked on the music anymore because I was like, I don't think this project's gonna see the light of day. But I did want the music. I did kind of want to make it actually happen. I just need to actually put in the work to find a team to make it happen. Um, so sorry, this one's a lot louder. I'm gonna turn it down a bit. Yeah. So the project was called a project. The idea was called Before the Storybook Closes, and it was just like supposed to be okay, post, like, let's just take like a basic fantasy story. It's like the heroes go off and fight like the evil wizard guy, and they defeat him. And then it's like, usually it's like, oh, that's where the story ends. You don't get to see what happens. And then I was just like, okay, well, let's just write what happens over the next little while. So it's like, uh, the main hero comes back. The guy that he was with died, so he's all upset, but he's gotta get married to like the princess in whatever, like, within the next like year or so, and so it's like leading up to that. And it was basically just I don't know, it was just like exploring the aftermath of like think of it like free run, except that I thought of this before I knew what free run was, and I don't know how long free run has been around, but apparently, if I actually, you know what, let's just look up in my drive, when did I drunkenly draft up this project, because free run was definitely not on my mind if it existed at the time. Let's see. Before the storybook closes, I made it. No, I don't want last modified. I want to know when it was made. Oh, I can't see. Last opened, last modified, last modified. It doesn't really show me when when things were created. Oh, wait. You created an item March 8th of 2020. And when did Free Ren first release? When did Free Ren manga come out? April of 2020. So, Free Ren is about a month older than this concept of a game that I came up with was. So, yeah, I definitely did not know about Free Ren. But, yeah, basically just post defeating the evil bad guy, what are these characters' lives about now, and like exploring their characters a little bit. And then it turned into like this multi-generational lore thing that I was like, oh man, this is like way bigger of a project than I have the means to put together. But if I put together any of it, it's just going to be this first part. and then someone else can take the helm on the rest of it and use my story ideas as a basis. So honestly, not like I kind of like taking uninteresting story concepts and then trying to make interesting stories out of them because I feel like it's a lot more fun than trying to throw in a gimmick and work with that gimmick. It just like because like if the gimmick dies, then the story dies with it. But if you are starting without a gimmick, then you don't have to rely on anything other than whatever writing you've done yourself. And again, I'm not a writer. I like coming up with scenarios to make things interesting, but I wouldn't even necessarily say I'm good at that. I just kind of know how I want to zone in on those kinds of things. Anyway, so this last track that I wrote for it is the draft. I kind of had the scene play out in my head of when this would play. Again, the script is all written, so I knew exactly where I would want to place certain pieces of music, and this is just one that I actually started to sort of write. It's not mixed very well or anything, but I'll just play it. They're all like playing off of the same motif, though. And then it loops. So yeah, I don't think that's bad at all. I mean, like it is only a 2-year-old track at this point, so um, for a draft that I did up in probably like what, an hour or two, it's not bad. Um, oh, okay. Here's another thing that I worked on back in 2019. I joined like someone like a fan Pokemon game. They were trying to make a game and they had this whole team and I was like, okay, I'll join in, and then I started writing music for it. I wrote them this orchestral arrangement of the title screen, which is just like the Pokemon theme, but I'll play it anyway cuz like why not? And then they stopped like contacting me, which was weird because I was like I kept messaging them and sending them music and stuff and like I messaged like the director. I was like, "Hey man, like no one like I haven't heard from you in like months now. Uh and I don't know what I'm supposed to work on next." And I've gotten messages from other people who are like on the team who are like, "Yeah, I'm probably going to drop out because like there's been no contact from anyone." And he messaged me back and be like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, it's my first project. I'm just trying to sort through like life and uh doing this at the same time." And I was like, okay, that's fine, just like let me know what you want me to do, and I will keep working on it because you've already paid me. So uh if you don't message me, I'm just gonna run off with your money basically. And then out of nowhere he hired on a different composer without saying anything to me. And then I was like, all right, well, like, you haven't requested anything from me. You hired on a new composer, and it's been about a month since the new guy joined, and you haven't asked me to make anything, so I'm gonna leave. And, yeah, you paid me, so, like, we'll see what happens. And he never messaged me after that. So I just got a whole bunch of money to do, like, this unmastered Pokemon title screen. Basically, I mean, like, I can't remember how much he paid me. It was quite a bit because we struck a deal for me to write, I think, 5 tracks, and I gave him a discount because it was like, okay, here's a discounted amount so that we can do 5 tracks. Uh, and then he just never got back to me. So I was like, all right, well, I mean, it's been like months without you contacting me. You brought on a new composer. You still haven't told me what you want me to do. So, unless something changes, I'm leaving, and I'm not gonna send you back the money. And he had like any chance to contact me because it was just on Discord, so he could have just messaged me, like DM'd me and been like, hey, this is like, you can't just run off with my money or whatever. But he never did, so I got paid to do this I mean, it's finished, it's just not mastered. And it's in MP3 format. That was like that was my biggest win. I was like, haha, you don't even get a wave. Yeah, that was that. I got paid. I want to say I made like somewhere. It was definitely over $100 Canadian. Like he paid me a fair amount for what he ended up getting, basically. But yeah, it was somewhere. I want to say it was somewhere between 1 and 200 Canadian. And I mean, again, it was the guy. It was on the guy for never contacting me. Even after I left, he still had me on Discord and he never messaged me about it. So I was like, all right, well, that's on you then. But yeah, so that was that project. And then the last unfinished, or I guess unpublished thing was probably the most interesting project that I can mention. So it was a what is the easiest way to, because I think all the forum posts for it are gone. All these fan projects in dire need of a producer, right? But like that's the thing. Hiring a producer is like it's kind of it's not something people think about, and then how are you supposed to find a producer that you can rely on because the producer might just dip too because they're fan projects, right? Um so anyway, the next project that I was working on actually seemed like it was the one that was gonna go all the way because the guy who was running it was like he was in law school. He was like going to school to be a lawyer, and he really wanted to like make a thing. And he made this whole contract thing that I never signed because I was like, I don't feel comfortable signing a contract with a fan, not a fan thing, but like an amateur indie project thing. But so the game was a visual novel, a furry gay harem set in wartime with in an isekai or something. It was just like there were so many things. And I remember reading the premise of it and the guy's just like, yeah, I legitimately lost a bet, but also as I started thinking about this project more, it seemed like it could be fun, so I started making it. And like he got a ton of people on board with it. And I was like, hey man, I don't have to play this game. I'm just like, I'll write your music. But I won't like I'm not gonna do anything with the project itself. And he's like, all right, yeah, that's fine. Like, totally understandable. But he like made a whole company and everything, and then everything fell through because they had some issues with their uh I think their programmer. And then their programmer fell through and they couldn't really progress without them. And for some reason they just were having a ton of trouble trying to find another programmer maybe because of the nature of the game, but I mean, who knows? Either way, I wrote a lot of what I think is good music for it, and then it never went anywhere. So I think first things first. Let me see if I can find the what do you call it? The motif, because I was given a motif to work with because they had another composer, but he was more of a producer, so he was like he was good for writing electronic music and things like that, but what they needed, because this was a fantasy setting, they were like, oh well, like you can, like, he could do a whole bunch of these things if you want to handle orchestral stuff. I was like, perfect, I would love to do orchestral stuff. Oh, here it is. Let's play it. So this is just the motif he sent me, the producer composer guy. So I didn't really use the whole thing. I did really like the idea of the, but I didn't like that rhythm either. So honestly, I just like, I took that and just went, slowed it down a bit, made it a bit more like stable. Yeah, made it more stable, and so if you just keep that in mind, I'll put all of the tracks in the soundtrack on here, and just, you'll hear it come up multiple times, and I'll also point it out. What was the order for all of this? It was title theme, drafted, you promised him, before I die. I don't remember the order of all these. It's just like tracks that I wrote, but I'll save the best one for last. And then, oh, they wanted it. Actually, I'll play this first, this draft of an opening, because they wanted an opening sequence that obviously the game fell through, so they never got it. But this unfinished draft of an opening sequence. I'll play the second one too. I was taking a lot of inspiration, I don't know why, from Fire Emblem Awakening for a lot of these tracks too, just stylistically. Not because I was writing this music anytime near when it came out. This is all stuff I was writing in 2020. Awakening came out in 2012, 2013, if I'm remembering right. But yeah, so anyway, you heard the motif. Da da da. These first two draft openings aren't gonna utilize that. But here's me using Gamelon again because, oh, Gamelon, I love it. Change the text on screen. I'll let this keep playing. Yeah. So those were both just ideas that never got fully expanded on because we never got to the point of actually needing full versions since the project died before we could get an opening sequence made up. So sad. They really liked the first one. I think anytime I write Gamelon stuff, it ends up being the preferable thing because I just go full intense whenever Gamelon is involved. Uh, this goes so hard for a World War II furry visual novel. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the second one is kind of more fitting, but they definitely liked the first one a lot more. So I was like, all right, well, I can do something with this. And then sadly we couldn't, but you know, unironically, yes. Anyway, so you guys, hopefully you have the motif in mind. Uh, yeah, so keep that in mind. We've got the title theme, which is just yeah, title screen music. But I think I tried to cook with it. I don't remember exactly how it sounds. I know there's a lot of sections, but yeah, we'll see. Pan flute? Yeah. Here, turn it up a bit. There it is. There's the motif. Oh, actually, I do remember this next part. I really like this next part. 2, 3, 4. Twisted in new catamis Odyssea, nunquam surre and motif. So what to say about that? I think that probably also goes a little bit too hard for a World War II furry visual novel, but yeah, it was a thing. They wanted something intense. I remember not it wasn't even a complaint. The first comment it got is, "Why does the beginning sound Egyptian?" I'll just like play that again, and I was like, "How culturally insensitive of you." How culturally insensitive. It is not Egyptian. It is... Oh god, why did it scroll all the way to the end? That's not what you should have done. But it was not Egyptian. It is Middle Eastern. They are different. But yeah, no, so, the director, at least the director and the other composer, who were the two people that I was mainly talking to, they really liked that. Um, I remember sending it for the first time, and the guy, like the director, just like lost his shit over the vocal part, like the choir part, because he was like, "Oh my God, what is this? Is this Latin? This is amazing!" And I was like, "This is gibberish." So even though I was just singing along, I don't remember what the words are for it. I have them written down somewhere, but it's all like that's all gibberish. Ganga can sing. Can I sing? I don't know about that. I can find a pitch, but I don't know if I'm that good at singing. But yeah, no, that was all just gibberish basically. Those words aren't real. I think some of them I was like taking some language sounding words and throwing them in, but especially in like this kind of choral stuff, you can't tell what people are saying. Ganga could sing. Church Latin is basically gibberish. Exactly. Phrygian for the beginning. I was it again. It's not something I think about. It probably was. All I was thinking was just like I'm just gonna play something on the duduk. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say it's Phrygian, but it's like it's only four notes. It's like I wouldn't like I suppose yeah, if you count this what would you say that's a C sharp? Yeah, like a C sharp as the tonic, but because it's playing solo by a solo, it's like there's not enough harmonic context to even imply that it's Phrygian. I mean, I think the sound, the nature of it makes it seem Phrygian just because it's like it's got that Middle Eastern flair to it, but I mean, I wouldn't actually be able to confidently say that is definitely a Phrygian track or anything. Uh, so anyway, yes, these actually all like have OST versions as well, so they'll properly like fade out or have an ending because I finished them all and they were like, oh, okay, well we like you finished all the music that we're gonna have for the demo, so if you can just make OST versions so we can have a little like teaser thing for the release of the demo, it's like sure. So these all have proper endings in the tracks. They'll either fade out or they'll have like an actual note that ends it. But yeah, that'll be nice to hear for once. So drafted. I think initially I didn't really like, but they liked the vibe because I think what the other guy had written. So in this like this, I mean, it's called drafted. The main character gets drafted to by the army, and he has to go. And the other composer had written something that was very like Civil War Revolutionary War, like piccolos and snares, and that wasn't what the director wanted. He's like, I want something sad to represent them going to war and not wanting to, but it should still sound like a war related track. But I don't want it to be too heavy with drums. And I was like, okay, so horns? And he's like, just do what you think sounds right. And I was like, okay, well, I think I wrote, was it horn trio? So like trumpet, trombone, or horn quartet maybe, trumpet, trombone, tuba, French horn maybe. I can't remember now. I'd have to look at it again. And then there's some drums, I think. Oh, that's just the end of the title theme again. I don't remember if I put in the motif for this drafted track though. kind of contrapuntal. Not that I was thinking about that, but adding in some counterpoint. Yeah, so I don't know why I didn't like that. I mean, it sounds fine and it's definitely like a fitting piece of music for I guess a background track at a moment where it's supposed to be heavy, you're going off to war or whatever. Uh I don't know, there was something about it that I didn't like, but now that I'm listening to it again, I'm like it sounds fine. Like it doesn't sound like anything that I wouldn't still write now. It's unobstructive. It has a easy enough melody to follow, and it seems it fits the vibe of everything else that I wrote. So, we've been drafted. I don't think these are in chronological order. I don't remember what order they were supposed to go in. You promised him is like him not wanting to go to war and trying to get out of it or something. It's no longer nighttime where I'm from, so I'm going to call it. Thanks for the stream. I love your videos. Thank you. I'll see you around next time I uh, stream or make a video. Yeah, thanks for coming though. So yeah, uh, let's play. Yeah, I'll probably call it after this because that ends all the stuff that I am not currently working on, and I can show off some of that maybe in the next stream or something. But next stream, I don't know what I'm doing, or when I'll do it. But yeah, so maybe I'll do that in the future. But yeah, for now, let's just keep listening to the rest of this. So you promised him. So apparently the main character had promised their father that they would fulfill their legacy by going to war or something because the father died in war or something. I don't know the story. I honestly tried to avoid reading too much into what the story was about because I didn't care for it. I was like, I will just write the music and know what I need to know for the music. Oh, there it is. Okay, I did add it in here. And in that rhythm, too. Oh, a little bit of peaking there. This side of the screen is too cluttered now. So let's just... You know what? I'm gonna move this guy over. Just to declutter that side of the screen a bit. There we go. There we go. This side is decluttered, and we can make Kyaru bigger, or Kiruya bigger. Nice. Perfect. For the end of the stream, just to close it out strong. Okay, so before I die is him telling his friends that he is going off to war and them all hugging it out and being sad or something. I don't remember. Lots of sad music in this. Oh, ooh. Okay, that's not good. This is a derivative of drafted. Yeah, that guitar was a little too aggressive. Like the plucks are like ding, 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 just like slapping against the neck of the guitar and stuff. I do kind of like this arrangement though with the strings here. I guess when you go from quartet to quartet, it's not bad. I enjoy these streams listening to tracks I'll probably never hear, even though the streams somewhat interfere heavily with my sleeping schedule. Ah, my bad. It's like, it's hard to set this up because in the morning, like mornings here in Japan would be the best time to stream, but I also like go to the gym and take care of other stuff in the mornings, so it's hard for me to justify other times. But I learn much from hearing and listening to the commentary. Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, I'm glad you do, and I'm glad you've been tuning in to, I mean, I guess there's only been 2 streams, but yeah, I'm glad you've tuned into them. There's only 2 more tracks left, and then I'm probably gonna end it there, because, yeah, again, we'll get into modern music, which I can only show off so much of. I mean, not that these are not modern, these are from 2020, and then I already played some 2022 stuff, so, yeah. Anyway, yeah, that was just a reiteration, or not reiteration, rearrangement of the drafted theme. For strings and guitar, I guess. So next we have tension, which I can't remember the context for it specifically. I think it's like, it feels like the guy was being followed, but I didn't read more into that, so it's like he's being followed by someone. This isn't even worth listening to. It's just like this for a minute. Yeah, like a little bit of harp added in, but like, yeah, that's not, it's not like a real track. It's basically music made for one specific scene or like some kind of background scene. Okay, so the last one, which I saved the best track other than maybe the title theme off this soundtrack, because I've utilized this track not in other soundtracks, but like just in videos and in other things so many times. So if you've seen some of my vlogs, I've definitely used it in those. I've used it as an outro track. Yeah, I think I've used it a ton in my videos before. So Crescent Keep, which is the base for the main character's army, like their kingdom's army or whatever. So yeah. Heavy inspiration from the one of the tracks from Fire Emblem Awakening again. Panning the congas as well. And here comes the motif. Do, 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 do. All right, and that is the last track off of that album. Arguably, I still think, other than like the title theme, that one is probably the best one, just in terms of atmosphere, what it was made for, what it was meant to do, a good strong piano piece to end it off. Yeah, for sure. Actually, I will show off one thing because I recently did. It's not even. It's not late. I think it's like 30 seconds long, but it's something I'm working on now because it's so different from anything else that I have worked on. So I didn't sign an NDA, and I'm not gonna drop the title of what it's in, and the draft of it is just a generic title, so you won't know what it's for. But it is like a 30-second draft. Oh, okay. But yeah, so super different from anything else that I've written thus far, but this whole project that it's a part of is mostly music that is not anything like what I would usually write. So everything you've heard me write so far has mostly been like either slice of life with acoustic instruments or like orchestral stuff for like fantasy style things. And yeah, so this one is more different style of game completely. So I'll just play this little draft that doesn't go anywhere, and then that'll be the end. And that's all there is to it right now because I haven't worked on it since, I don't know, earlier this week. But yeah, that's it. There's nothing else to really show for that at the moment, and I won't say what that's for because even though I didn't sign an NDA, I probably shouldn't talk about it. But yeah, so basically, think of it this way. We went from, what was the first thing that I showed off? I can't even remember now. It was it possibly the start of an adventure? By date created. Show me the oldest thing. Oh wait, no, yeah, it's not in here. It's under music. Maybe under my name, B. B. Yeah, so just think we went from... Oh. Yeah. So it's like just thinking about it, yeah, exactly. I can vaguely recall the trumpets, but the progression is insane to recall. Yeah, it's like just like thinking like we went from that in 2012, 2011, 2012 to writing fully orchestral choral parts to writing this guy. Yeah, so there's been a lot of progression over the last 9, 10-ish years, 10, 11, 12, 12, 13 years of writing music. And it's been fun. It's been fun, like, going over all of it because, like, there's a lot that has changed. Even in some of the more, the middle point where I felt like it started to plateau and start to sound not samey, but, like, starting to get closer to, like, where I am now and, like, the progression slows a lot more as we get to here. Because even there, I wasn't thinking there was going to be a lot to comment on, which is what we started the stream with, and I was like, oh no, this might just be boring because I'm going to be sitting here. But there was, like, a lot of changes. Like, I could still hear, it was mostly, like, mixing issues and, like, things that I would change, not so much composition problems anymore, but more, I guess someone mentioned it earlier, it was kind of like nitpicky. I wouldn't even call it nitpicky, it was just the issues were a lot different. Like, in the start they were a lot more fundamental issues, and as we continued along it was more like, okay, the fundamentals are down, but now we're having issues with mixing, like things that aren't specifically the composition but more like how do we the finishing, the mixing, the mastering, all that mixing, bringing things together so that it sounds like a finished project or product. And yeah, no, it's been a wild, long 13 years of writing music, and things are still continuing on, at a much slower rate than before, clearly, but um, yeah, I mean, when you've got a day job, you don't have as much time to do this kind of stuff. But yeah, it's been a lot to reflect on at 30. And I guess next time I might talk a little bit about the current music, at least of the music that I can show off. I will talk a little bit about that and then maybe play the visual novel on stream. And then I don't know. I don't really have any streaming plans. I didn't even think I was going to get this far with what has been playing today. So, um, I mean, thanks for joining in. I guess there's only you left right now, George. But thanks for tuning in both times for like the full spread of hours. Like, this was 6 hours of stream that you've basically been here for the whole time of, and the other one that was 4.5 hours. So thank you for sticking around. Thanks to all the other people who tuned in to my scuffed streams, and yeah, I definitely want to do some more in the future. I don't know if it'll necessarily be music or if it'll be games or what. I have no plans for streaming because I didn't plan to become a streamer and I still don't really, but it's been fun doing this. So definitely I will, before the next one, I will make another post on Discord and YouTube. I don't think I've made one on Twitter because I don't care about Twitter. Oh yeah, I enjoyed those 10 hours. I hope to see your future stuff down the line as well. Yeah, for sure. Um, so yeah, I will post about the next stream again ahead of time, at least like a couple days, like I did with this one, just because I didn't want to guarantee anything too far in advance. Because I was gonna do the stream last week actually, and then some stuff happened and I couldn't do it, so it had to be this week. So it was like, all right, let's just wait until I can kind of confirm. But yeah, I will post about it on Discord and Instagram and like wherever. So you're already on my Discord, so I don't need to say follow me. But for people watching the VODs, follow me on other places. And yeah, thanks for tuning in. And until next stream, I'll see you guys around. Bye.